Okay, I think you can hear me. Hey everybody, it's time for tournament stuff. It's been a while since we've done this for Minions. The way that these tournaments are being funded by BetaDwarf has changed. If you've been following along with what's going on with Minion Masters, you'll know exactly why. So instead of doing these monthly previously, I think we're going to be doing these quarterly. So every 3 months for a year. That's the plan anyway. So we're on number 41 of these events, so they've been going on for a good long time. So it's great that they've been going on, and despite the things that have been going on with Mini Masters, it's good to see that the game's still making money. It's good to see that the tournaments are still going on, and hopefully it's good to see that people are signing up for them. Now, this event was scheduled for last week, but I did raise my head above the parapet and said, look, this is probably a bad idea. Because it is patch day last Saturday, and that turned out to be a good suggestion because it was a bit of a nightmare last week. So fingers crossed, everything will be okay today. Now, what do we need to talk about regarding these events? So $400 prize pool, 1v1 of course, no wildcards as there's no wildcards in 1v1. The tournaments is split into 2 separate sections. We have the Swiss format where the players play against each other earning points, and then we have the elimination at the end, which is probably going to be a top 4. Now, best of 3 for the early stages in the Swiss part of the event, best of 5 when we get to the late stages. What else do we need to talk about? Players have ban powers, of course, and now that's actually caused me a lot of stress this morning because we have our nice, if I can find it here, we have our nice way of showing the bans, which is basically driven on, hosted on my website. And I migrated that recently, and then I went to check it just before we started, and I realized that the new host was using a different version of PHP, so it didn't work anymore. So I've just been stressfully fixing that, but hopefully that's been fixed now. So the idea is each player gets a master ban and 3 card bans for each round, and that prevents their opponents from playing that master stroke 3 cards. And of course their opponent has the power back at them. The idea is that it's done in private, so nobody gets the advantage of banning banning second, and being able to respond to those prior bans. So that seems that. Thanks for the sub, Disu. So let me just get everything I need to do from an admin point of view done quickly here, and then we can get into our first match of the day. Reminder, as always for the tournament events, we are on a 3-minute delay, so keep everything above board. So we're just going to do some Discord announcements here, just to make sure everyone is aware that the tournaments are going on. Right, okay. If you haven't signed up yet, it's going to be too late. Just accidentally closed my Discord, which is not helpful. Did I say every 4 months? Yeah, every 4 months. Thank you, Sinobii. Yeah, maths is hard. Every 4 months, 3 times a year. I knew there was a 3 in there somewhere. I've totally bricked my Discord. It's like it's in the middle of starting an event. I can't get out of it. Okay, I did it. We're okay. Yes, money. I'll turn those off. Right. So we done our going live. Disu wouldn't have been able to make it last Saturday, so it seems like very sus that we've changed it, but it wasn't to allow Disu to compete. Also, it looked like Dark Crow was not going to be able to participate today, but that appears to have changed. Now there is a link in the pinned message, so you should be able to follow the brackets from home. And this is what we're looking like at the moment. So we've got Ficus and Centera, Disu and Anno, Dark Crow, Pillow Pants, Set, and Zerakul, Carl Bickford, Asisa, Destroy, and Strong TITS. Now, a lot of familiar names in there. Obviously, a lot of previous tournament winners. Ficus has won, Disu has won, Darkrow has won, Set has won. So, some good players. Good to see Set back. I don't know. I haven't heard from Set for a while. Didn't even know if he was still playing, but I sent him an invite and it appears that he is here. Well, that's good. Mostly players that we recognise. But of course, a lot has changed meta-wise since we last had a tournament. There's no season cards anymore, so we don't have those banned. We don't have very many bugged cards. There's only a few things that are outlawed. I think the only thing that's outlawed through a bug is there's a weird thing if you put Nats on a Frostfang Familiar, you end up some weird Nat turret. Not that it's necessarily any good, but it is kind of weird and annoying. So you can't play those two cards together. You can play them on their own, but you can't play those two cards together. There's also a few bugs that are kind of warning bugs, like the Setsu perk 3, the ult perk 3, the air support. If you play another Setsu, that breaks. So you can play it if you want to, but be smart about it. And I think the Incubus still gets broken sometimes. But again, they're just warnings. So the players can play those cards, and it's up to them whether it works out or not. So for our first round match, we're going to look at Disu against Anno, which Disu, I believe, is the reigning champion. Well, let's try and get set up for that whilst we are here together. Thanks so much for joining us. This is an event provided by Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf. Sinobii is here, which is good. Behind the scenes, big shout out to Sinobii. These events would not happen without him. So, never underestimate Sinobii's importance in these events. Okay. Now, Anno is a long-time Minion Masters player. Hasn't played too much recently, I don't think. Has been in a lot of events before, but he's not a tournament winner. But he's definitely won some tournament games. He's also my longest serving moderator in my channel, so big thanks to him for doing that. Right, I'm just randomly clicking things because I can't find what I'm looking for. Right, okay. Disu, formerly known as 17 different things. Anno, a Ringcast. Okay. So remember, this is best of 3. Oh yeah, one thing I didn't mention about the rules is when we get to best of 5, there's conquest rules. I don't know why they're called conquest, but that's apparently the normal phrase for it, which was always confusing when Minion Masters had guild conquest and then we had conquest tournament rules. There was a little confusion there. But guilds basically don't exist anymore, unfortunately, so that's not a thing. But anyway, that means that if you win with a master in the best of 5 matches, you can't play that master anymore. But that restriction is only in the best of 5, not in the best of 3. Right, guys, thanks for being here. Thanks for the subs. But thanks for being here and supporting the event. Appreciate you, whether you're in it, watching it, bit of both, whatever you're up to today. So, been a while since we did this. I have to try to remember how we do this. Okay, so everything being well, we will have our dual deck technology, so we can see both players' hands at the same time. No reason why that shouldn't work, but we'll find out. Okay, so that should be good. Okay, so let's go back to the bands that we were referring to previously. So each player has the ban powers to ban a master and 3 cards that prevents their opponent from playing those, and their opponent has that power back to them. Generally, we see a lot of meta bans. We see stuff bans that are specifically good against someone's deck, or bans that people are sort of familiar with the player that they're playing against and they know the sort of stuff that they want to ban. So it'd be interesting to see what we see banned compared to what we've seen before. We still have been having monthly balance changes driven by the community, so the meta in the event now will definitely be different to the one 3 or 4 months ago, whenever it was. So there's definitely not a stale meta. Right, so... Oh, yes. So the bans, if I get them on my screen correctly, we can see them. Right, hopefully this works. This is the thing I fixed. Right, so Disu banning Milloween, Bounceberry Flingers, Bevalanche, and Defenso. Anno has banned Valorian. Defenso. Are we sure these are in the right way? They look like kind of the opposite way around. Anno... Okay, I won't say that. Defenso Chopper. Zips Zapinator. I'll put it on the screen in a second and then we'll see if it works. It works! Okay, good. Okay, so Disu... Feels like these might be the opposite way round. Disu bans Milloween, Defenso, Bevalanche, and Bounceberry Flingers. That feels like the stuff that Disu would play. Anno has banned Valorian, Defenso, Zapinator, and Herald. Again, they seem like things that Anno might play. But it looks like it's correct. Okay. So apparently these are correct. Right, spectating Disu, spectating Anno. Fingers crossed we should be good. Right, so I am ready. Do we run draft mode tournaments? No. I don't know about a draft mode tournament. Draft mode is a lot of fun. But of course it is just heavily random. I don't know if it works for a tournament. I have liked the idea of a draft mode tournament, not so much where people are playing against each other, but like it's like you have to do 10 runs or whatever, and it's what's your average of those 10 runs or something. I think that could be okay. Obviously, you've got to trust people to not just restart their game, their runs or draft runs or whatever. But there's something in there. There have been draft competitions in the past that the devs have done.
We've got a corker of a fight for you today here on Minion Masters.
Okay, so here we go with our first game of the day. Disu playing Milloween, Anno playing Ravager. So remember, Disu banned Milloween, but we'll be playing it. Also remember that we do have alternate master perks, so Disu will be playing the Zanian Spellbook, which is generally the commonly accepted way to play Milloween. Looks like Anno is using the standard perks for our good friend Ravager. Now, this is a very classic Anno deck, where he's going to try to build a big push with the Herald Moon.
Blue obtained the first perk.
See, we had a good idea. If you're familiar with the way Anno plays these events, or the decks he likes, we have a good idea of what he's going to play. So from Disu's point of view, he has the opportunity to either ban that, to force him to play something else, or expect him to play it and try to tech against it. So let's see here. He's got the Impetus, which is going to be great to keep the Herald away from everything else. There we go. See, the power of this push from Anno is everything together. If you can keep it apart, then Disu can do a great job. So he's going to take some health damage here. Disu is ahead on XP though. So often against Ravager, when they're using the default perk, oh, that's a little bit unlucky there for Disu. You'll find yourself behind on XP at the start, and then you'll catch up, and then it's going to be that perk 3 interaction, so we'll see what happens. But a little bit more damage than Disu probably would have liked there, but Disu definitely one of these players that really likes to use his health to the max. Remember, as we always say to new players, health is a resource don't be afraid to use it. And you can see new players always terrified of taking face damage. You don't need to be. As long as you've got 1 HP, at least 1 HP left, you can still win the game. It's a resource. Using that health allows you to be more efficient somewhere else. Soulstealer is very interesting right now. I'm not sure about solos. In duos, it's very powerful. Remember, it does have vampiric, so it will heal itself when it kills something. So it can be very powerful. Of course, once it gets to face, that kind of doesn't really do anything. But when you're pushing into it, it can be really problematic. So Disu is ahead on XP, so he's likely to get to perk 3 first, so he'll have his empowered Mana Golem, Arcane Golem, to help deal with that push. Shockrock was a little bit late there at the top. A Scrotillery there coming from the spellbook. Remember, the way that the spellbook works, the Zanian spellbook, is you do get 4... nice shield there. You do get 4 different kinds of spells. So when it was first suggested, you just got 4 random spells, which was really terrible because you could end up with just terrible spells. But now you get 4 different types of spells. So you're always going to get a damage spell. You're always going to get some kind of mobility sort of spell, a buff spell, something like that. So you can rely on the spellbook. You do, of course, have to be quick and make those decisions quickly. But here's the push that Anno wants. So this is what Disu's doing well. He's separating this push up. As we mentioned, the power of this push is everything together. If you can separate it, then you're going to do well. Okay. This is all going to be about Anno's perk 3. The Terror Brutus, the push with that, is that going to be enough to win him the game at that point? If he doesn't win at that point, then he's probably going to have lost. But he's got to get there. He's going to be taking some damage here. 120 XP is when Brutus is going to spawn. Terror Brutus. So in the latest incarnation of the game, Terror Brutus does not heal himself anymore. He's just doesn't do much damage, single target, but of course he's a huge amount of HP. Right, let's see here. Anno's messed this up a little bit because the Herald's got further ahead. The Impetus has put that Herald ahead as well. Once that Herald dies, it's so much easier for the defense. And Disu doing a great job here. This feels like Disu knew what was coming and was prepared for it. He didn't ban it. He just teched against it. And that should be Disu's match here. He's got a big XP lead. Anno's big perk 3 is come and gone. So remember, the way that these kind of perks work for Ravager, the perk 3 and the perk 1, the standard ones, is they're one-time only perks. Once they come and once they've gone, you have no more perk. Whereas, of course, these perks for Milloween, they will continue for the rest of the game. So that's very difficult for Anno to deal with. So we'll see what happens in game 2. Because remember, this is best of 3. So we need to see what... Okay, so we do just need to be careful here. Because Disu is quite low HP. And there's going to be a lot of damage coming out from this Soul Stealer. He does well, though. And he's able to clear it. There's another Soul Stealer. And the power of the Soul Stealers is when you're pushing into them, they can be very powerful. But Disu's got the Mana Frenzy. He's got all that extra mana. Remember, at Mana Frenzy, your XP from the bridges and wherever else turns into extra mana. Anno drops the fishy GG. And that's the first game of the day. Goes to Disu. And, I mean, I feel like if you had asked me to imagine how that game was going to go and what was going to happen before I'd even seen any of it, it would have gone exactly like that. So now we need to see what they do for the next game. Yes, we have bans, tournament-specific bans. To add some extra interest. And And the bans and the conquest rules, they really punish players that are a one-trick ponies in the later game. Not in the earlier stages, but in the later games. But maybe if they get banned, I guess, early, potentially. Okay. Well, nothing's fallen apart yet, so that's good. Yep, so it's going to be interesting to see what Anno plays in this second game. Because Disu's deck just really has a lot of control to deal with various different things. So he might just play the same thing again. It's got the Flightless Dragons, which of course if you're behind on HP, you get raged and do massive DPS. So they're really good for chewing through Brutuses and stuff like that. And yeah, the Impetus Blast, I think, is really the key to Disu's defense of that game. If there's no Impetus Blast, Anno can keep his stuff together, and as long as his opponent doesn't have a beam or something, it's very difficult to deal with that. If you've got the Brutus or a statue, you've got the Herald on top of it, Soul Stealer somewhere in there, you've got the Prowler. When that's all together, if you don't have big removal, then that becomes difficult to deal with. But of course the Impetus Blast allows you to split them apart. And that attack is really one of those attacks that's... The units on their own are, you know, they're okay, but when they're all together, and you don't have a punishment for it, they become very, very difficult to deal with. And we spoke about Disu using his health as a resource. He got down to sort of 600, 500 HP at the end there. But he wouldn't be worried about that. He could have prevented a lot of that damage, but it would have been a lot more inefficient, and therefore the rest of the game might not have turned out that way. Okay, so you've got to remember, health is a resource. You see a lot of newer players doing everything they can to stop every hit point of damage, and that's just not the efficient way to play. Right, so game one in this best of three goes to Disu. Can Anno fight back, or is Disu going to close out the first best of three of the day? Servus. Okay, so Disu is switched to Morelia, the other sister, and Mordar for Anno. Okay, so Red Golem for Anno, and of course, if you kept up to date with the latest patch notes, Red Golem has changed. So previously with Red Golem, you got a Blue Golem, or if you were under 50% or under Master Health, you got a Red Golem, which was much bigger. Now you always get, or Disu messed up a little bit there, tried to impetus it across the bridge so it didn't take it. It didn't quite work out. So now you always get a Red Golem, but if you are under or at 50% master damage, you get a Red Golem with, I think, Rage and Spirit. Now the offshoot of that, the other side of that, is that the Red Golem has less stats. So the standard Red Golem is just a little bit better than the standard Blue Golem. The Red Golem, when it is buffed, is about the same as the old Red Golem. It's a little bit better unactivated, about the same activated. But because it spawns with Spirit, you can't then Spirit it on top of its normal self. So you can't get such a huge Red Golem as before. Right, a lot of damage coming out there. And remember, that statue, I think that statue came from the Rock Rivals that Anno gave to Disu. So Anno in a very bad spot at the moment. Disu, massive XP lead, massive HP lead. But that's the activated Red Golem. Has Rage, has Spirit. So it's much bigger and much more powerful. Of course, the way to deal with these heavy-hitting single-target units like the Red Golem is really to tank it with little things, ideally. Little skeletons, something like that, whilst it's smacking those little things. Then, of course, you just kill it with whatever DPS you have.
Red obtained perk number 2.
Now, Disu is playing the ult perk for Morelia, which is, you get her spellbook, but you get a random page of it. But you get it pretty quickly and it's free. So as long as you have a deck to take advantage of it, of any of it, then it's pretty good. Right, Ano's taking a lot of damage here. Health is a resource, but you mustn't run out of it. And we know Mordar can get a little bit disgusting late game. But Ano's a long way behind from it at the moment. And he wishes that red golem was down the bottom, because that's where he needs his defense. He's... Okay, he's ready for this. See, again, he really wants that red golem at the bottom, but of course, Tombstone is up. There is no stun from Disu, so there could be a good res, but the breath from the Purgatory Dragon's going to shut that down, unfortunately. That statue's got a spirit on it. You can see Disu just doing everything he can just to keep that red golem off face. Ano doing a good job shutting this down. He's going to be very low if this hits him. 84 HP. Right. Let's see. Oh, I feel like Ano made a mistake there. He needed to assume that the Impetus Blast was going to be played. So he needed to play his golem in a position where that wasn't going to be possible. But it could still work out. He's doing a good job with the Jing stunning. Disu has minimal face damage. Avalanche does a little bit of face damage, not very much. Boy, Ano desperately needs this res. Just gets it. That could be huge. And remember, that golem's going to spawn without the taunt, so it will do better against... Oh, the Impetus pushes him away, though. That's huge. Ano's definitely going to die here. And there you see the power of the Impetus. You can push things together, pull them apart, and it can become very problematic. Ano doing a good job holding on, but he's such a long way down on XP, you feel like it's just going to be inevitable. And again, the golem getting aggroed at the top. You really would appreciate that at the bottom, but it's okay. Red golem's just going to snap this in half. Great heal. And the Impetus Shock Rock was missed a little bit from Ano. That might be because I don't know how much Ano has played with the Shock Rock, but the Shock Rock now has a much smaller area of effect than it used to back in the day. Right. Again, Disu felt like Disu was in control of that one. Had the tools, again, to deal with Ano's red golem. And you can see that was a perfect example of what the red golem struggles against. If it's against a deck with lots of little things, it doesn't really do too much. If it doesn't have support, it doesn't do too much. And those kind of two things really were evident there. Okay, so Disu, the reigning champion, takes the first best of 3, 2-0. We'll find some clapping. We got any clapping here? Go. Yeah! Thank you. Right. Now, there should be a link at the top of the chat for the brackets. If you want to check it out, you can do. If you want to follow along from yourself from home, you can do. We look at it. It looks like Ficus has beaten Centera. We've got Disu beating Ano, Darkrow beating Pillow Pants. I don't know why I said that weird. Set beating Zeracule. Carl Bickford beating Assisa. Destroying Strong Tease. Looks like that's still in progress. Destroy is a game up in that. We might be able to dip into that, see what's going on. These dipping into matches, especially the best of 3 matches, they tend to never work out very well. But let's see. You normally just join right at the end of it or something. Or they just haven't reported the match properly, so it's already finished. Let's see what happens. What's the worst that could happen?
Duel.
Now, when you load into a game, it kind of renders everything at 1 second, which is just heinous. If your computer survives it, then you might be lucky enough to watch the rest of it. We got through it. So it's very close in terms of HP, but Destroy's got a big XP lead, so I imagine that he's going to be okay with this. Yeah, so in the old version of Minion Masters 1.0, when you went into a replay, it would render everything that had happened, but it would do it in secret, so you didn't see it all. And then once you were up to date with what was going on, then you would see the match. Whereas in 2.0, for whatever reason, it just renders everything visually and tries to brick your computer.
My rule is eternal.
Oh, great.
Okay, 2-0. The names on the screen, of course, are incorrect because I haven't fixed them. It's not really worth doing so. Right. I didn't see too much of what happened, but we saw just the finish, just the money shot at the end there. Good. Reminder, we are on a 3-minute delay, so if the chat interaction is a bit stunted, then that's why. Of course, we had that delay just to make sure everything is as fair as possible. Okay, so the way that the Swiss format works is now that round 1 is complete, the supercomputer, as I call him, or Sinobii as we call him, will arrange the second round for us, and of course it'll be based on the first round performance. So if people have been winning, they will play other people that have been winning, and if people haven't been winning, so on and so forth. So if we have a look at round 2, so we got Ficus against Set, Destroy against Disu, Bigfoot against Dark Crow, Anno against Strong Tees. We got Asisa, Zeracul, Pillow Pants, and Centera. So, let's see who we're going to look at. Ficus against Set could be interesting. Both from Ukraine, both good friends. Set was always the leading player of the two, but Ficus, I think Ficus learned a lot from Set, and he's really probably at least on the same level as Set now. They play a similar way, similar kind of decks, probably practice a lot together. If not now, then definitely in the past. So Ficus and Set will have both won their first match, hence they get the reward of playing against each other. So you can see here, if you go into the brackets, you can look at the points. Not really worth looking at yet. Once we get to the end of the Swiss rounds, we're going to have 5 Swiss rounds where the players are playing against each other, earning points, and then we'll have our top 4. Some parts of this website, the dark mode, does not work very well. Put your sunglasses on. Right, so let's start getting set up for the next game, which is going to be Ficus against Set, from what I can see. So we'll await their bans, but in the meantime, we can busy ourselves with various things. So, second Swiss round. I think if I spell Ficus's name without a 1, he gets upset. So let's make sure we do that correctly. Right, so as we spoke about before with the bans, when we get to a new round, the bans are reset and the players can ban again. These players, of course, will know each other very well, so it'll be interesting to see what they decide to do regarding banning against each other. There's always 1 master ban, 3 card bans. Let's see what they decide to do. Have to tread water a little bit here. Just awaiting them. Get these bans in. Some players take ages, some people are just ready to go. And of course, once you've got the bans in, then the players need a little bit of time to react to those bans from the The point of view is, are they going to play their decks? Did the bans affect their decks? Are they going to have to change their decks, rebalance them? Are they going to play something else? So there's a few things to go on there. Not sure. I don't think I've played the new Red Golem this season. Interesting to know what people think of it, if they've played it much. Not sure really what the driving force behind the change was. If it was too strong, if it was too strong at the activated state but too weak originally. If that was the reason, which could definitely be part of it, then it's definitely addressed that a little bit. You no longer have the situation where you're unsure if your opponent has a red golem or not because they played it unactivated and it's a blue one. It's always a red golem. It's either a normal one or a big one. But you can generally, previously anyway, you could generally tell if someone was going to play a red golem because they'll have the kind of deck that encourages them to take face damage, whether that's from the opponent doing it or things like blood imps, anything like that to get them down to that activated 50% HP. In fact, let's ask Anno, what do you think of blue red golem? Okay, Sinobii's just updated. There's only 4 Swiss rounds today. I just went with 5 because that's what it showed on the site, but I guess that's been updated at some point. So 4 Swiss rounds for today. The number of Swiss rounds, yeah, it's changed now. The number of Swiss rounds depends on the number of people that are in it. Unfortunately, not a huge amount of people in this, but still enough, and some good players as well to have a good event. I'm pretty much ready to go here once we've got the bans in. Very hot here in London today. Well, very hot in my room. Sitting outside. Oh, it's not as hot as I thought it was. Let's not talk about that because you're just going to bully me. But remember you guys in America in 100 degrees and it's not hot, you've got aircon. We don't. Our houses are built to keep us warm. Yours are not. Even when it's a little bit hot here, it gets bloody hot. Houses do not let the heat out. Rant over. I was just looking at the changes in the last patch to see if there was anything particularly worth talking about. Reminder that the game is now community balanced. If you want to get involved in that, go to the Discord where you can see currently suggested changes. You can give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down, or you can have your say. And you can also propose your own changes as well. So if there are things you think are too strong or too weak, you can suggest those. And the ones that get the most support end up in the game. The devs do generally give us a couple of weeks worth of win and play data for the cards, masters and perks to give us an idea of what we can see is, you know, not just from our experience but from the stats as what's got too high a win rate. You know, ideally you're just looking at that. If a card has a high win rate and a high play rate, then it's generally going to be too strong. Or at the very least, it's going to be a little bit stifling for the meta. Blastmaster got changed a little bit. Probably not going to see that in solos. In duos, has better damage himself, but less explosion damage and reduced range. The reduced range on the Blastmaster is a bit of a double-edged sword because normally when there's a Blastmaster supported push, you wait for the Blastmaster to aggro on your tower, and then you start putting your horde down so you don't have to wait. But now he's got a shorter range. That means he gets closer to the tower. You've got to wait longer for that, which means you can not necessarily interrupt stuff like you could previously. One thing I did kind of like in the last patch is there were quite a few wild card removals from some stuff that was pretty problematic. Somehow the Soul Stealer avoided that. I don't know how. The Shield God of Light lost its wild cards. Didn't really see that being a thing, but the Soul Stealer definitely needs to lose them. Right, ban information coming in. Valorian has been banned by Ficus. Also, get these in the right order. Stint. Ardera. Which is High Inquisitor Ardera, to find her on the list. And Red Golem. We saw it in the last game, because obviously a little bit concerned about it. Set has banned Valorian also. Taluk, Shen, and Beam of Doom. So when you see a Beam of Doom ban, that suggests that the player that's banned it is probably going to be playing something that could be punished by it. Right. So those are the bans. Both players banning Valorian. I think we're ready for the gameplay. Set and Ficus. Yes. Be ready. Blue Inside doesn't like the changes. Yeah, what the thing is with the way that the changes are done now, because there's not really any like full-time, well, there's no full-time devs working on the game. They only have a small amount of time to do the balances. So there is only really basic changes can be done. So we can't do like complete reworks, things like that. So our hands are tied a little bit. I don't pay as much attention to the discussion about the balances as I probably should. I don't know if the Red Golem had a particularly high win rate. Probably got the data somewhere. Well, we could check that if I could find it. Okay, Red Golem. It didn't have a high win rate. It had like 50% win rate across the board. So it didn't really feel like it needed a nerf or a buff. Seemed fine. Yeah, but a Blast Monster is one of those cards that's either just insane in a match, especially in 2v2s if there's no counter for it, or it just dies instantly every time. Right, here we go. We're loading into the first game of this best of three. It's Set, it's Ficus, it's Minion Masters. Your, mine, our favourite game. That's the wrong button! That's the right one. Okay, horrible arena. Thanks, probably Set. Right, Volko against Milloween. Let's see what we're going to see. Dragon's Nest, got those 3 eggs. Whenever you use the spell, it's going to pop out those dragons. Flightless dragons. Be a lot of damage here. Okay, Set's done a great job there. Used Kurnath and was able to kill the aimbot in the backline support with the trigger from Kurnath. So obviously the idea behind this is you get your value from the spells, but you also get the associated value from the Dragon's Nest. And you also get additional value from the Kurnath as well from your spells. So big push to start off here. The set using the standard spellbook, which kind of makes sense with this kind of deck because the Arcane Barrage gives you, well not the Barrage, the Arcane Missile, sorry, it gives you another cheap spell to keep your cycle quick and generate that extra value from the Kurnath, from the Dragon's Nest. Or from the Jing. So he's got a lot of stuff in there that gives you additional value from spells. So a bit of return damage there coming out from Ficus. Behind on XP at the moment.
Red obtained perk number 2.
Does pick up the Rage. Okay, so this could be a scary push here. Everything is raged. That Chain Lightning is going to be huge. Set has to freeze everything to try to minimize that damage there. The Prowler is still encased in a block of ice, but apparently that doesn't bother it at all. And that's 507 HP less per set. Big push. Right, Bridge Burn. Ficus is using the ult perk for Volko as well, so at perk 3 he's going to get that big introduction of extra mana, big insertion of mana. I can't think of the word. Really wish I hadn't said insertion though. But he might not even get there. It looks like Set's going to be dead here. Okay.
I live, you burn.
Okay, Ficus takes the first game, and Set trying to use a deck, a setup with lots of sort of different parts that are sort of working together. And Ficus is just like, I'm just going to play some big units with some rage, and you're going to be dead. Just Volko things. Okay, so Ficus takes that first game. 1-0 leading. I mean, major bugs don't get ignored, but the thing is, it depends how impactful a bug is, and can it be abused, and is it something that's going to be seen often? Because sometimes we see bugs that are really niche, they're really quite bad, but they're really, really niche, and you're very, very, very rarely going to see them. And those kind of bugs kind of get ignored because it's just not a priority when there's lots of other things to do. But I don't know why, Blue, why you'd think that you're not much liked. I have no reason to believe that's to be true. Dragon's Nest did get a lot of value on the first play, but the problem with the Dragon's Nest deck is that firstly your Dragon's Nest is very vulnerable to spells. It's also very vulnerable when you get on top of it, or the opponent gets on top of it, and it's also very vulnerable for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. For example, at the end there with the Prowler on face, the Dragon's Nest was at the bottom and it couldn't help at all. So the Dragon's Nest deck is one of those decks that works well when you've got the momentum and you're controlling it and your opponent is having to defend what you're pushing. But when the momentum changes, then it becomes more problematic. Right, game 2. Ficus took the first one. What is Set going to do? If anything.
Let's duel.
Okay, Set going for the same deck. Ficus could be a future deck. We've got at least one future in it. I've been playing futures in randoms. It's a lot of fun. Remember, a future will give you a random card. It gives you a different random card each cycle. I think up to 8 and then it repeats itself. But the idea of the future cards is you get discounted cards for an upfront cost. So the longer the game goes on, ideally the better your return on it should be. So the idea with future cards is to use it early and use it often.
Blue obtained the first perk. Red has obtained the first
Okay,
perk.
Ficus being very aggressive here. Which, as we mentioned just a little while ago, if you can push into them, into the Dragon's Nest, then you can get a real good return. But I feel like Ficus might have been a little aggressive there. Going to take some face damage, not too much. Ficus using the ult perk for APEP, so he's not going to have the shield. But he will get a random... he'll get a selection of cards from his opponent's deck, I think, rather than hand, that he can choose from. And they'll be augmented in some way. Awkward here that the Defenso's at the bottom, because he would really like that Defenso to be at the top with Ficus. Again here, trying to put the pressure on. So what we're likely to see here is we're going to see a counter push here from Set. This Jing is dead. Okay, that Jing could have been so important, but not when it is dead. So Ficus having the XP lead, but that's not going to help him too much if he dies. And again, he's going to be using his health as a resource here, but he needs to be careful he doesn't run out of it, of course. And the problem for Ficus here is Set is already round to his next Dragon's Nest. So he could start a bit of a big push. Rage. Scotty's going to do some work, but of course once he gets to that 50% threshold, he's going to sit down and no longer be part of it. Okay, so Ficus is getting that Jing. Oh, I feel like he's misplayed that. He's getting that Jing copied from Set. But he doesn't have a lot of spells, if any, so he can't really take advantage of that. And I think Ficus is going to die here. He's ahead on XP, but that XP lead's going. Some Blood Imps came out at the end there. That was a little terrifying. But Set brings us back 1-1. If you're able to put the pressure on the Dragon's Nest, then you can get a good return. But I feel like Ficus kept playing into it too much, and he wasn't really able to punish it at all, and then he got punished in return push. I feel like it would have been better for him to be less aggressive and try to deal with things on his side of it. His air would have been more helpful. You can use your master to defend and then counter push that. But didn't quite work out for him. Might have also been beneficial if he'd not used the ult perk, if he'd gone back to the standard perk, if he was taking so much pressure like that. I've definitely done that when you play that ult perk with APEP and then you come up against a really aggro deck. You think, well, I need to switch my plan here. We need to switch back and use our default perk. Get that shield out. And that's when you really see the beauty of the ult perks, how you can change them in reaction to what your opponent's playing. Yeah, there is a bad bug in Mayhem where the arenas, where I don't know if the arenas are reversed or if just where you play your cards are reversed. It's very confusing. I don't think it's ever happened to me. Primarily because I use the workaround, which is not to play Mayhem. Mayhem's a very low played mode, so Mayhem bugs tend to just get, just embrace the Mayhem, right? Just pretend that it's a new Mayhem mode where everything's reversed. Like you're playing hard mode Mayhem. Okay, so 1-1. Remember, only the bans that the players dropped are restricting what they can play. So there are no conquest rules. So you can see that Set played the same deck, I think, a couple of times in a row. Could play it 3 in a row. There's no restrictions there at this part of the event. Okay, the decider. Ficus against Set. What are we going to see? So you can see there that Ficus is contender, Set is silver or something. I don't know what that is. So that basically means that Set has not been playing, at least not been playing ranked at all. Okay, Set going with the same deck. Ficus could be playing something similar. Okay, so in the first game, he often chose to use the Scotty to push in instead of the Defenso, which I felt was a little bit of a strange choice.
Blue obtained the first perk.
But again, you can see here he's pushed into it. The Bearavalanche is going to be huge. I'm not sure... Did he take that in? Find out.
Red has obtained the first perk.
Nice freeze there from Set. Shuts down the assassin. The assassin looked like he got a hit off at the end there, but it wasn't a hit from stealth. It was already revealed, so it didn't do big damage. Now the problem here with the Defenso is it's going to be mostly dead, if not completely dead, before these whelps get here. But the Bearavalanche is queuing up for a chunk of value. Siegebreaker Mark 1, I think. I thought it was the Mark 2, but I think it's a Mark 1. There's no Mark 2. I always thought it was Mark 2. Just getting that hit off at the end there, which got a lot of extra XP.
Blue obtained perk 2.
You can see some of the cards in Ficus's hand have been reduced in cost because Set is using that rapid response reserves. Cheap for you, but also cheap for your opponent. Nice shock rock. Just far enough away so they didn't get a good explosion. Fair enough, getting some good value as well. Definitely can get some value killing some high value, low HP, fairly low HP units there in the back line. Or Set wasted the freeze at the top. Kind of worked out. He got some value from it because Ficus played into it. He tried to freeze the assassin to win the fight at the top, but he had already won the fight. I mean, rank matters to a degree, but I mean, here you can see why rank can be seen as irrelevant. They're probably much closer in ELO, which matchmaking is based on, than the rank suggests. Looks like Ficus is burning mana here. He's got a lot of mana. There was stuff he didn't want to play into. It felt like he was burning a little bit. Or flooding, if you want to refer to that. I don't know. I prefer burning. Again, big Avalanche value. Perk 3 now for both players. So, of course, Apep's going to be getting those free 4 mana cards. And we'll see that big golem as well. You can see at the bottom there. You might be surprised. Why does Apep have an arcane golem? Well, that's because he's copied that from his perk 2. Copied that from Set. But it's the unbuffed one, so it's tiny. It's not very good at all. Okay, XP lead here for Ficus. Oh, could be problematic here for Set. The Bazooka Scrat's going to come in here and start nuking down. Okay, Set does get the value from it, but what's going to happen to these? They're just going to die. And this is going to be what we spoke about before. If you can get on top of these decks, then they really start to struggle. Ficus still has loads of HP, so doesn't need to worry about that at all. I don't know if Ficus had Avalanche in the first matchup, but the Avalanche has been huge. It's just, you're basically just saying to your opponent, look, what are you going to do? If you're going to put all of those little whelps down, I'm just going to kill them all. What's your alternative? Not use them? Then your deck just has no point. It's Mana Frenzy for Ficus now, so it's irrelevant whatever Set does here. He's just going to be just getting absolutely shut down. Right, Ficus is going to take this 2-1. There's no way Set can do anything here. He's going to get swamped. The Avalanche, the more he spawns, the more value that Avalanche gets. Did you see that go into slow motion there? Or was that me? Am I tripping? What happened? We get like bullet time? That was weird, right?
I don't think Red can keep this up.
The Dark Crow in the chat looks like his match is over. So the way that the Swiss format works is that you can't start the next round until all of the games from the previous round are completed, because it all affects everything. So you just have to wait for the slowest match. Right. So 2-1 to Ficus. Set's sticking with one deck, and that really punished him in the end there. I want to check something very quickly that's not really that important. Not sure. Okay. Let's go to... It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Right. Hey, Muffin, what's up? Looks like Destroy's match might still be going on. Let's have a little... Sticky beaky. Oh, Chrome. Okay. C'est fini. Destroy against Disu looks like it's just finished. Was 1-1. Destroy's taking it 2-1. Interesting. Now that's an unexpected outcome. Disu, reigning champion. Destroy getting the best of him in that best of 3. Nicely done. Right, and then we have our third round brackets for you. Darkrai against Ficus is the first game. Carl Bickford against Disu. Pillowpants against Destroy. Set against Anno. Centera. Strong Tees. Asisa getting a bye. Looks like someone may have dropped out. Let's see if... see what we're going to see next. Remember, you can follow the brackets along from home. And then once these 4 Swiss rounds are over, we'll have our top 4 shootout. So I think we're going to see Pillowpants against Destroy in the next round. This round, third round. We've just seen, we've seen the result of of Destroy beating Disu. So he is on a bit of a roll so far. Generally, players can get through to the top 4 with 1 loss, but we'll see. There are only 4 rounds, so the losses are going to be more punishing for sure than the longer rounds. It was slow motion, right? It was so weird. I can't tell if it's the game or the stream or what. Okay, so we'll await the bans from these guys. Reset our bans. Okay. So players will, of course, have their master ban of 3 card bans. Let's await to see what happens from that. If we look at... the easiest way to see their results so far. What are we looking at here? Oh, okay, I was looking at the wrong player. Right, so Pillowpants has lost to Darkrai, beaten Centera. Destroy. Beaten ST and Disu. Okay, so they're not on the same record then, I guess. I expected them to be, but they were not. Let's dig a little deeper. Okay, so Destroy, 2 wins. Pillowpants, 1 win. The players are not always going to play people of exactly the same record, just because that might not be possible. Other people might not be on the same points, or the people that are on the same points, they may have already played them. but they're going to play people similarly. Okay, so it looks like the player's taking a short break before we get the bans in, so we will tread water for a little bit until that happens. Just again looking at the changes for this season to see if there's anything particularly interesting. We spoke about the Red Golem and the Blastmancer. Ankerhirsch still fairly problematic. But the wildcards were removed from it, so I did like that change. Oh, also a big change actually. If you're playing Mordar's alt perk, the Tomb of the Deathless, where instead of reviving your units, you're reviving your opponent's units. Now, that got changed, so instead of the units reviving where they died, they are reviving at the tombstone. So depending on how the game works out, that could be better, it could be worse. It's probably worse overall. But I do feel like there's a better solution in there. It does feel like things like when your opponent, when you kill a scrap swarm, prop swarm, anything like that, and they all respawn at the same place with haste and spirit, it just feels disgusting. Feels like there should be some kind of cooldown in there, but then if you put a cooldown in there, you go from getting a whole swarm to just getting one scrap, which feels like it almost kills it. So, I don't know. Maybe there should be a limit that it can only do 3 things per game tick or something. I feel like there's a better solution in there. Let me know what you think. Right, bans are in. Let's find them and share them. Okay, Pillar Pants has banned Volko. Pillar Pants has banned Heel Path. Pillar Pants has banned Defenso Chopper and Ankerhirsch Desert's Doom, aka Spider, not really a spider. And Destroy has also banned Volko. Not surprising there. Bounceberry Flingers. Guardian. Okay, so the Volko Guardian feels like a targeted ban towards Pillow Pants. Denver very strong in the meta at the moment, especially in solos. Surprised it didn't get nerf actually. It got a big health increase, 150 health I think, a couple of patches ago, which I don't know if it necessarily needed, but it definitely benefited from. Okay, so both players banning Volko, so no Volko. Right, let's set up our spectate. Make sure we're in the right one. Guys, thanks so much for being here today. Thanks for the follows and the subs and all that good stuff. But primarily, thanks for being here and joining in this awesome event. If you're new here, welcome. If you're new here and you haven't played Minions, go check it out. It's free to play. It's on Xbox, Steam. It's on Android as well. Cross-platform account sharing between Steam and Android, not Xbox, unfortunately. But it's free to play. It's super fun. Free to play friendly. We love it. You might do too. Okay. Right, Overplayed, welcome. Thanks for joining us today. Destroy Pillar Pants. Okay, looks like we're ready to go. This is the third round of 4 Swiss rounds, and then we'll have our best of 5 top 4 shootout. Are we allowed to do finger guns? I don't know. Under the desk finger guns. Okay, I've given them the ready signal. Let's see how long we have to wait. So, if someone loses twice, then they're probably out. Which means... I'm about to sneeze, by the way. bless me. Thank you. Which means if Pillow Pants loses, that will be a second loss, which is going to be very difficult for him to overcome. Maybe statistically impossible, I don't know. But we've got Ficus and Dark Crow and Destroy all unbeaten so far. Of course, those players are likely to come up against each other at some point, so some of the unbeaten records are going to go by design. Spider adjacent, yeah. I know, what do you call a spider with 6 legs? See, when they introduced the spiders, I said to them, have you considered how this might affect people with arachnophobia? And they were like, well, it's not a spider, because it's only got 6 legs. So then I'm thinking, if you're an arachnophobe and you see that, or you see something that your brain's like, that could be a spider, before you freak out, do you count the legs? And then if it's 6, you're like, and then if it's 8, you freak out. Or if it's just, if it looks like a spider, then it's a spider. Right, Pillar Pants, wrecked, destroy Milloween. Destroy, we can see straight away using the ult perk Milloween. Remember, you can change it up until it unlocks. And I think this is the Gun Carter from Pillow Pants, which is going to be the wrecked with the shield. Now, he tried to tank some damage there with the heal puff, but the Marine popped it before the Assassin could hit it, so the Assassin hit face. So that's a lot of face damage coming out. Of course, this is going to be an aggro deck from Pillow Pants. Going to try and get as much value out of the altar as possible. Oh, there's a mistake there from Pillow Pants. He really wish he hadn't wasted that on the Assassin, because the Assassin was already dead, and then it could have really helped him shut this down. He's going to shut this down anyway. But Pillow Pants has taken a lot of HP damage. Yeah, for some reason you can't watch replays on Xbox yet. There's no reason why you can't. I don't know why the devs haven't added it. Just another one of those sad regressions in 2.0. Okay, so both players playing aggressively. Both players done a lot of face damage. We've got an assassin at the bottom there. Now, the problem is that assassin's going to re-stealth, so he spent that mana on it, and it's still going to be alive. There's no wrecked at home to deal with it. Okay, he's going to be able to kill it here. Could have played those slightly lower so that the surviving one would have taken the bottom bridge. Destroy's got that spellbook open, waiting to decide what he wants to do with it. Now, the Windwalker, great for grabbing that bridge. In comes the Rammer, which is going to be potentially problematic. It's going to take a lot of health off of that, which means there's probably going to be only one thing that gets popped out of it, and that's going to be problematic for Pillar Pants. But both players doing a lot of face damage. Pillar Pants doesn't really want to take this flame imp on his face. That's enraged. That's going to be a lot of damage. That's another one. I feel like that's a mistake allowing that on his face. He's probably going to die from that damage. It's ticking away. And Destroy takes that. Just a couple of mistakes in that game that really did punish the health of Pillow Pants. But both players playing aggressively. The Rammer was kind of fortunate, right? Against the altar. Almost like you could see it coming. But yeah, there you can see the difference in some games that we've seen today. Some of those long mana frenzy games, some of these quick aggro games. And again, the Void Altar suffers from that weakness like the Dragon's Nest does. Once you get on top of it, once you start pressuring it, then that strat can start falling apart. You know, you use your Dragon's sorry, use your Void Altar and you don't get, I'd say, at least 2 of the 3 souls out of it, then it's going to be very problematic. I think it did get nerfed. It's probably a good few seasons ago now, where it has less HP. So once it starts taking damage, that really does restrict the chance of getting those Void souls out of it. So Destroy carries on his towards a potential 100% win rate. Not in terms of games, but matches. Erectophobia, a fear of erections. Listen. That sounds debilitating. It's brave of you to share that here, Blue Inside. Respect. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you're an arachnophobe, if you see Ankahesh, you're going to be like, that's basically a spider. I don't like that. You're not going to stop to count the legs. So we'll see what they switch to in the next game. But we won't have to wait very long because we're loading into game 2 right now. Destroy a game up against Pillow Pants in this best of 3. Was able to shut down the Void Altar wrecked setup. See if they switch or stick. Destroy playing Ravager, Valorian for
Duel.
Pillow Pants. Right, let's have a look. So we got Ardera from Pillow Pants. Remember, Ardera, the plan of like the way that oh, there's a mistake there from Pillow Pants. The way that Ardera works, right? She does the self damage when she's attacking. Then when she dies, she buffs everything around her. She gives it rage. If they are Empyrean, then they will also get Divine Shield. So the idea is to send her like this with a bunch of other stuff. They're all going to get fireballed here, though. This is going to be so painful. Nothing. That's insane value. This is not going well for Pillow Pants. Huge Dragon Ball. No bridges. Base damage just crunching him right now. Okay, so let's see if he adapts how he's going to play. We know the Dragon Ball's there. Can't afford to get punished like that again. We haven't seen a single Vuk play today. This is going to be a lot of damage. Okay. Again, Ardera just gets absolutely shut down. We do have a raged Caliph though. Let's see what that can do for us. He can use the last stand here because the Fireball, the Dragon Ball had been used, but it will come again. Low HP for Pillow Pants and Destroy it. Nicely ahead on XP as well. The Ardera decks can spiral out of control though if they do get a big push going. Destroy's done a great job so far, not allowing that to happen. I don't know why Pillow Pants would have not played the Caliph there. Maybe he was scared of getting it Chain Lightning, but he needed it to tank. Right, 2-0. Destroy takes that one. The Chain Lightning and the Dragon Ball really were the MVPs in that game. Without doubt. Right, so Destroy goes through with his 100% win rate intact. Now, the chances are there's some other games still going on, because that was very quick. What she said, she didn't. Because she doesn't exist. Okay, so do we have any results in? Now, whilst we wait for this website to decide if it wants to work or not. It's working! Right, so Darkrow against Ficus. Ficus is currently a game up. Carl Bickford against Disu. Disu is currently a game up. Pillowpants against Destroy. Destroy's won that 2-0. Set against Anno. Set has won that 2-0. Centera is a game up against Strong T. And Asisa is getting a bye. So we can check in. We haven't seen any Darkrow yet today, have we? Okay, let's see if we can jump in and see what's going on here. Darkrow game down against Ficus. We'll see what's going on in game 2. Okay, looks very close. Sorry, just setting up the other thing. Okay, okay. It's not even on your screen, you can't see it. Okay, when we dip into these, it is very confusing with the scores and everything on the screen. But we'll figure it out. Right, Darkrow 600 health, Ficus 1160, XP. Ficus has taken an XP lead. Why are there no cards on Ficus's side? Okay, they're there. Okay. The system lives. So we got Tronvir for Darkrow, and we got Ficus playing Apep. Now it looks like Darkrow's playing the ult perk for Tronvir, where instead of getting his perks in a rotation, sorry, his runes in a rotation, you get them based on your mana spend. And if I remember correctly, if you're spending mana on spells, then that gives you the Ancestor rune. And of course, perk 2 onwards, you get the Runic Empowerment. So not only are you getting the Ancestors from the rune, you're also getting your units spawning with the Ancestors as well. So Ficus is strong from an XP point of view here, but kind of struggling a little bit with this push. His XP lead is just eroding. You can't get near a bridge at the moment. He's going to counter push though, and it could be at the perfect time now. Because he's got the bridges. He's going to get Mana Frenzy just first. Right, there's Mana Frenzy for Ficus. This is going to be very close. But just these few seconds of Mana Frenzy are going to give that extra mana to Ficus, which means he's going to be able to solidify his position. And it looks like it's going to be too much for Darkrow. Let's see if he can shut this down. Right, Mana Frenzy for Darkrow. A little bit later though, but of course the bridges are red. And they've been red for a while. So that's extra mana, which of course means extra units. Darkrow very low HP as well, which means he can't just allow his master to deal with the push on his face. He needs to try to commit to holding the bridges as well as defending the base, but that's probably going to be too much. We got a Priestess from perk 3 Apep at the top there, adding insult to injury. Darkrai doing a good job holding on. Got a wind rune here, but because he's just having to defend his face, and that just means that the bridges are going to be Ficus's, and there's just no way that he can hold on to that. So that looks like that's 2-0 to Ficus, right? Ficus was a game up, so that does look like Ficus has taken that 2-0. So Anno played the Red Golem deck, and obviously we had the discussion about how the Red Golem has changed. I said to Anno, what do you feel about the new Red Golem? And he said, what's new about it? I played it, and I literally don't know. Amazing. Okay. Right, what's happening here? So Ficus has beaten Darkrai. Disu against Carl Bickford. Disu's got that 2-0. We're just waiting for that to be locked in. Destroy beating Pillow Pants, Set beating Anno. Strong T beating Centera. Asisa getting a victory against an invisible person. Right, so once these results are locked in, then we'll have our 4th round. And we can have a look at the players that are on the cusp. Because remember, it's the top 4 that go through the shootout. So we will see who is there, who is not, and who is there or thereabouts. We'll just wait for the system to update. Or we'll skip that and just hit F5 to refresh it. Right, Destroy Ficus, Asisa Darkrai, Disu against Set, Strong T against Carl Bickford, Pillow Pants against Anno, and Centera. But, of course, we also need to look at the standings. Let's put that in a new tab. Can't see it. Now you can. Right, so top 4 go through. So we've got Ficus on 9 points, Destroyer 9 points. So let's say they're in the top 4, right? Very unlikely that they're not going to go through. We've got Darkrai on 6 points, Disu on 6 points, Set and Asisa also on 6 points. Asisa, I think, has had some bye wins. So if it goes to a tiebreak, that's going to count against them likely. We'll talk about the tiebreak once we get there. So we are, let's say we're talking about a top 4 between Ficus, Destroy. So let's say they're already in it. So then we're going to have 2 more slots. We've got Darkrai against Darkrai and Disu, Set and Asisa fighting for 2 spots basically. 4 people fighting 2 spots. So Disu and Set, I think, are playing. So that's going to be the one. That seems like the winner goes through and the loser very likely goes out. That's definitely going to be the one we're going to watch here. Right, Disu against Set. We've seen both of these players so far today, but we haven't seen them against each other. And that is what we're going to see next. And we did see Set playing that Dragon's Nest deck, so Disu's probably going to block that. Is he going to think, maybe Set's going to play that deck again? So am I going to tech against it? Or am I going to ban against it? We'll find out. Yeah, I just put the question marks in there because we just joined a game late, so I wasn't really sure what was going on. Okay, so Disu against Set. A lot riding on this. This is the last round of best of 3, and then we'll go to the best of 5. Where we had the conquest rules where the players cannot play the master once they've won with the master, but that isn't appropriate yet. I've just mentioned it just to confuse everyone a little bit. Right, so have to wait for the Golem, the band. Destroy says they buffed the Red Golem a bit, but made it pointless for Volko and Morelia. Yeah, that's right. Because it comes with Rage and Spirit, you can no longer give it Rage and Spirit for free. It doesn't need it. Because it's a Red Golem plus Spirit, which takes it up to where it was before, you can no longer have the big one plus a Spirit on the big one. So it did seem like a nerf, but I'm not really entirely sure, you know, what drove that. But it's a buff in some situations, so you know, maybe it'll rebalance, I don't know. The small one is a little bit bigger, the big one is a little bit smaller. From the maximum. You're terrible at the game. Well, the thing about Minion Masters is knowing is part of the battle, right? But you've got to put that into practice. And it's not just playing the right card. You've got to play the right card at the right time in the right place. And all of those, playing the wrong card, hugely punishing. Playing it at the wrong time, hugely punishing. Playing it in the wrong place can be hugely punishing. So it's very, very small margins, especially at the top. If you want to know which are the best cards, you can check out my meta video on YouTube. Best cards in terms of, we do our leaderboard analysis based on what's played the most. And we do also get some win rate data from the devs, which sometimes I make a video on, sometimes I don't. And that information is all useful when it comes to, you know, looking at balancing things, stuff like that. But yeah, if you're a newer player, you're not necessarily... You want to pay attention to the decks these players are playing, but you want to also pay specific attention to how they're playing it. You know, what are they choosing to play at what time? Where are they playing these cards? All of these things are crucial. Here's a link to the meta analysis. Yeah, that's right, the real Destiny. You've got to be very mindful of what your opponent's playing. You don't necessarily have to remember their entire deck. You don't have to necessarily remember the order of their cards or anything like that. But you've got to pay attention specifically to the things that really counter you. So, for example, we saw in the game, the Destroy game against Pillow Pants, where he had the Fireball, the Dragon Ball, that was very, very punishing. As soon as you see that from Pillow Pants' point of view, you've got to change how you play. You can't clump stuff together. And so really you're just paying attention to the most... I mean, at the highest of high levels, maybe you're paying attention to their entire deck and their whole order, and you're counting their mana and all sorts of crazy stuff. But to take your gameplay from okay to a bit better, you just want to pay attention to one or two crucial things that are punishing you, and then try to react to them. So, for example, if you've got a deck that gets punished by a Fireball, if they use that Fireball on something, then you've got a little window to take advantage of whilst that Fireball is in their rotation. So yeah, the big things, you're just thinking about the Fireball, Beam, Chain Lightning, Bear Avalanche, all stuff like that's going to punish things together. And also things like the Black Hole. If you're trying to punish your opponent with a Beam and they have a Black Hole, then you've got to really just remember that and either wait for them to use the Black Hole and then try to use your Beam effectively, for example, or just don't use your Beam. If they're going to Black Hole it every time, then you're just throwing away mana each time, and it's very frustrating to see a big chunk of stuff together and have a Beam and not use it, but it's just not going to be beneficial to you. So yeah, if you're not doing anything like that and you're able to do it, maybe just try to pay attention to just one card. If you've got a deck with lots of melee in, then you're going to pay attention. Do they have that Defenso? If they have that Defenso, then have they just played it? If they've just played it, then you can play around it. If they haven't played it for a while, they probably have it, and then if you play anything sort of melee based, they're just going to be able to shut that down. Right, a little bit of an aside there, but looks like we've got the bans ready here. So who have we got? Player 1, Disu, right? Disu has banned Apep, Bounce Free Flingers, Bear Avalanche, and Defenso Chopper. Okay. See, like, those kind of bans are all stuff that would punish, for example, a Dragon's Nest. So, just, thinking out loud. So maybe Disu's going to play the Dragon's Nest against Set. I don't know. Right, Set has banned King Puff. Brothers of the Void. These are targeted bans, I think. But not necessarily for this year. Brothers of the Void, Border Patrol, and ATG Drone. Right, okay, I think that's right. I think that is right. Right, so Disu banning Apep, Defenso, Bear Avalanche, Bounce Free Flingers, Set banning King Puff, Brothers of the Void, Border Patrol, and ATG Drone. So remember, the winner of this is going to go through to the top 4. The loser is very likely to go out. ET Scoop says MM feels like a rhythm game at times. It does, and sometimes if the rhythm is favouring you, you embrace it. And if it's not, if it's favouring your opponent, then you need to break that rhythm somehow. You need to change something. If the game is going in this rhythm and the same things are happening over and over again and you're losing, then you've got to change something. Because if it just continues in the same vein, then you're just going to end up losing, right? You need to force something to change that rhythm. Which, of course, is easier said than done. Right. Best of 3. Disu against Set. Both previous champions. Disu, reigning champion. Winner takes all. Loser probably goes home. Well, they're probably already home, but you know what I mean. Right. Morelia against King Puff. We see Denver from Set. Neither player's wanting to blink first. Set did burn a mana there. Disu did not. I think. It looked like it anyway. Right. So remember, Vampiric will see this chap healing. Soul Stealer.
Red has obtained the first perk.
Make it very powerful indeed. Right, Set plays the Denver, wants to keep it as far away from the Soul Stealer. Often the way to deal with the Soul Stealer is you want to play stuff away from it and let it get to face where it can be dealt with. The problem is if they're playing Stormbringer, the extra range can be huge. Right, what does Disu have in the terms of DPS to shut this down? Because Denver's going to be on face. No Flightless Dragons. Big headbutt there from the Spire Stag, sending the Defenso flying. Disu's going to be taking some damage here. Set's going to be ahead on XP, and it's going to be pushing some more. No Flightless Dragons from Disu, which we often see in a Disu deck. But he does have... Ooh, he did have the Ravenous Swarmers, which do insane DPS. But of course they're very weak, and the Daggerfall just nuke them. Right, good start from Set. Head on XP, good push. Again, Disu playing the ult perk. Gets a Spirit that time, doesn't get it where he wants it.
Red got the second perk.
But the minimum Spirit health does help, even if it drops on a Scrat.
Blue got the second perk.
Okay, let's see how he gets on dealing with the Denver this time. There's a Glenn's Brew that Set has. Trying to hold things up a little bit. Everything pushing together, right. That statue is getting thrown around. Goodness me. Okay, the statue's going to get to face. Denver being a real pain. Sometimes it's a little annoying with Denver when he throws stuff onto the bridge and it takes the bridge back. But he's been alive for a while at the top there, kept that bridge. Nice impetus on the bottom, holding that bridge for Disu. We mentioned before, helps a resource. Disu, the master at utilizing that almost to the max. Now Disu does have enough 4+ mana spells, I think. He's got at least 2. Does he have 3? Let's see. Trying to take advantage of the spellbook if you get the reduction. 2's probably okay. Right, let's see. We've got a Spirit here on the Denver. The thing with you can see there with the dog is Denver throws the dog away and then the Prowler gets a chance to do another jump. Frustrating for Disu there, each of the jumps landing on basically nothing of value.
Red gains the third perk.
Right, perk 3 for Set. And perk 3 now for Disu. So Disu, of course, playing Morelia, so that's going to be a one-time only big dragon for him. How can that affect the game? It's a double heal there, could be useful. The Night Puffs, though, are going to be very powerful. Right, spawns the dragon defensively. Doesn't want to get it punished. Denver won't throw the dragon around since Nivea is mythic. But Disu's dealing with this slowly on his side of the field, which is not necessarily the wrong thing, but it is giving an XP lead to Set here. That Soul Stealer could get massive though. You can see it's healing itself. Every time it gets a kill, it is going to be getting an attack speed increase. So Disu defended this deeply, but here comes the counter push. It's going to be very difficult actually. That Soul Stealer is going to be powering away on face. There's a lot of stuff around it. This is just a lesson in counter pushing here from Disu. That Soul Stealer up to 8 souls at the end there. Remember, healing itself all the time. That's very tricky for him to deal with. Right, Disu takes that one. Set looked like he was in control, but you can see what Disu did there. He defended deeply, and that's something you see a lot of new players fail to do. They'll spawn their dragon on the bridge, and it will just get destroyed. Especially against King Puff with that bridge switch, you can get really punished. But Disu said, look, I'm going to spawn this defensively. I'm going to deal with your push, and then you're going to have to try to deal with my push. And just wasn't able to. Right, so Disu takes that first game. Puts 1 foot into the semi-final, it would be. Yeah, the Soul Stealer is just so difficult to deal with. If it has stuff around it, it makes it very hard to remove. Of course, it's buffing itself the whole time. It's healing itself the whole time until it gets to face. Becomes very tricky. It's not my birthday money. Thanks, though. Thanks, but no thanks. Right, a reminder, guys, thanks for being here today. This is Night's Duel number 41. Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf presenting. I'm here. Sinobii's behind the scenes, behind the curtain. I'm just the organ grinder. No, is the organ monkey? Or I don't know. Am I the monkey or the organ grinder? I don't know. This is the last round of the Swiss part of the event, and then we're going to have our top 4. Looks like Ficus has beaten Destroy 2-0. These are up to date. Darkrow is leading. Disu is leading. Pillar Pants is leading. So that means that Ficus is going to be on. Ficus is going to have a 100% win record, right? Is this not updated yet? Am I looking at the wrong thing? Okay, yeah, okay, this is fine. Ficus has won 2-0, it just hasn't been accepted by the system yet, so it's still showing 3 wins instead of 4. So Ficus is going to finish on 12 points. Destroy is going to finish on 9 points. Darkrow is winning, so he could be on 9 points. Disu is winning, so he could be on 9 points. So at the moment, it's looking like Ficus, Destroy, Darkrow, and Disu as the top 4, but that could, of course, change. Darkrow hasn't completed his match yet. But the likelihood is it's going to be Ficus, Destroy, Darkrow plus Disu or Set, which is the match we're seeing here. Disu a game up.
It's on!
Okay, here we go. Game 2, Apep, Disu, Set, Volko. Alt perk APEP is to copy a card from your opponent's deck, and alt perk Volko, the perk 3, is that Endless Rage, which lasts for 7 seconds or something. Not really endless.
Blue obtained the first perk.
Let's see how Denver deals. A black hole there from Disu keeps the Denver busy in another realm, trying to get some more damage on the face there from... Oof, okay. The problem there is that it's not really too much face damage from Disu, and the counter push is going to be a little bit disgusting here. Not too much damage on the Denver yet. But it is going to get murked a little bit here. Okay, the Flightless Dragons were missing in the previous deck from Disu, which were really problematic when he was trying to deal with Denver. So this should help him out. Shroomer did get a buff in the last patch as well. Now, you know, I'm not sure about that black hole. How much value did he get from it? There wasn't too much on face. He will get a bit more XP from it. It's only 3 mana. Is it worth it? Unsure.
Perk number 2.
But now we have the raged dinosaur to talk about. But Disu's just trying to do his own push. He's done a lot of damage there. Denver doing a lot of damage as well, though. Those welts are not real, so they're going to take a while to kill it. So both players really being aggressive. Disu slightly ahead on HP, but fairly irrelevant at the moment. XP is in Disu's favor as well. I know, thanks for the raid! Now, Denver, you really don't want to play into. You can see Disu wants to handle it by getting it on face and then nuking it down, but he is taking a lot of health damage in that way. The impetus splits things up, but it does cost him XP. Now remember, that big push at perk 3, Set will be looking to try to do a lot with that. I'm not sure what just happened. The game appears to have paused. Everything exploded. Not sure what's going on. I don't... We'll have to see if the match is completed for the players or not. Or if my internet died. Or maybe my internet died. Oh, my internet died, okay. That's concerning. Okay, we might be back, I'm not sure. I think I'm back. I don't know. We've got the whole delay thing, it's going to be really confusing. I think we might just have a longer delay. Okay. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so it looks like it's 1-1. Sorry that we missed the end of that. My internet just absolutely bricked itself for some reason. Don't know why. But looks like it's 1-1. And we're going into the last game here. So let's see if we can just get in there quickly. I don't know if it paused. I don't really know what happened to your end. You definitely didn't see the end of the match, unfortunately. Sorry about that.
Blue has unlocked their first perk.
Okay, but we're back though. It's 1-1. I think everything is functional now.
Red has obtained the first perk.
So APEP against Volko, and looking like maybe just a repeat from the last game, at least from Set's point of view. Looks like Disu's put in the Magma Cannon to help deal with the Denver. Will be better at tanking it as well as doing the damage to it. Okay, that Magma Cannon really helping out.
Blue just got the second perk. Red got the second perk.
Disu dropping low HP though. Ish. That's probably going to be Set's win condition, that perk 3 push. Let me just check the stream. I think we're okay. I think with the delay, because it kind of buffers the delay, it means that you don't miss any of the stream when it comes back on, but because the game lost connection anyway, it's irrelevant. You just see what I saw. Okay, so still an XP lead for Disu. He's getting those cheap cards from the spellbook. Denver's mythic, right? So it's not going to copy that. The spellbook is non-mythic. Melee, anything, it's just non-mythic. It's random minions, okay. Right, Disu getting very low HP though, that's problematic. Okay, let me just check the stream again. Are we good? Yeah, I think we're okay.
Red gains the third perk.
Right, here comes the perk 3 time for Set. He's going to have this... Oh no, he's using the normal... Did he switch? He switched from the old perk, I think, using the standard perk, which means he's going to have Berserker Rage instead of that extra mana for a short period of time. And a Berserker Rage is going to be disgusting here. How does Disu deal with this? He's got no HP left. Almost one-shots. That's Fire.
Defeated.
Did it throw something onto the tower? It sure looked like it. Okay, so Set takes that. Right, so Set's going to be in the top 4. Denver was just too much to deal with, especially with that Berserker Rage. Double damage. Terrifying. Sorry for the hiccup in the middle of that, but kind of got through it okay-ish. Right, so I think we might be ready for our top 4 shootout, but we can check together. Okay, so have a look at the round scores for the top 4, or the 4th round, sorry. So Disu against Set. Very late reporting on that. This one seems very slow as well, for some reason. Disu no HP is a normal Disu thing, but in that matchup, we know that the late game Volko is going to be very scary. So it becomes a bit of a problem. Right, we're not going to look at the standings until this is locked in. 1-1. Feels like we're in a time machine for about 5 minutes ago. Just going to keep doing this until we get it. I don't want to look at the standings until it's locked in, because otherwise it gets really confusing. At least for me. Sure, Sinobie's on top of this, but we shall just wait, see what happens. Don't think this match is going to affect the outcome. We'll see. Normally it's updated pretty quickly. I don't know why it was still showing 1-0. I nearly just poured my drink down myself. Lucky there wasn't more in there. Okay, let me just switch to the mod side of things. Yeah, Denver's difficult to deal with, especially when it's got that Berserker Rage. GG Disu. It's keep refreshing this. Okay, there we go. Okay. Just lagging behind a little bit. Right, so we just need to wait for this match to... Although it's been reported 2-1, it has to be confirmed. And then... We're almost there. Results will auto-confirm. I think they just auto-confirm. There we go, right. So this match is still outstanding. Let's have a look at the standings. It won't be finalised yet until the last match is done. So Ficus is at the top, unbeaten. Only dropped 1 game in the 4 rounds. We've got Darkrai on 9 points, Destroyer on 9 points, and Set now on 9 points. Beating Disu, so Set goes into the top 4. The remaining match is between these 2 players down here, so that's not going to affect anything with regards to the top 4. So I think we can say the top 4 is set. We've got Ficus, Darkrai, Destroy again, and Set. So the top player will play the 4th place player. So that's going to be Ficus against Set. Rematch of what we saw earlier today. And Darkrai against Destroy in the 2nd semi-final. Remember, the semi-finals are going to be best of 5 now instead of best of 3. So you've got to win 3 matches. And there are the conquest rules, so you can't win and then play the same master. So people will have to dip a little bit deeper. So we're just... Okay, looks like this match is completed. Okay, so that's all the matches completed. So we should get a finalised top 4 any moment now. There we go. So Ficus, there we go. Top 4. Destroy, top 4. Darkrai, top 4. Set, top 4. Good job. Right. Thanks to everyone else that took part. Unfortunately, you will no longer be playing in this event, but of course you can join us in the stream. If you're not here already, you don't hear that invite, but hopefully you are here. So I appreciate that. Right, so... Ficus, Destroy, Darkrai, and Set is the top 4. Now, if we click on the right thing here, we shall find this. Do a little zoomy. So, Ficus against Set, Destroy against Darkrai. Which one are we going to see first? Depends who's ready first, really. Dude, that was so weird. Anno saying about his laptop hard froze. Earlier, we had a weird slowdown in one of the matches. I'd never seen that before. I can't tell if it was in the game or on the stream. I don't think we can possibly figure that out. But very strange. Minion Masters bullet time. Right, I'm going to go and get a little bit more to drink, use the restroom, and then be right back. Okay, so top 4: Ficus, Set, Destroy, and Dark Crow. Whoever is ready first will be the match that we watch first. So we saw how difficult Denver was to deal with in that last one. Oh yeah, I'm just claiming some freebies from the shop. My 3 million gold is not enough! Yippee! There's not too much we can do right now while we're waiting for that. There is a giveaway running that you might have entered. Should be a command for it somewhere. Maybe. Assuming I opened it, of course. Okay. There we go. I don't think Destroy's ever won one before. No. This could be his time. Get a cheeky Pepsi Max on the go. What do you mean by that, Kyle? Okay, we got some bans. Set against Ficus. Looks like it's going to be the first one. Ficus against Set is the order. So here we go. Ficus. Set. 0-0. Semi-final 1. Best of 5. Right, there we go. And if we find our bands here. Thanks for the raid, Nerdy! Right, so we're just looking at the bands for the semi-final. If you just join us, Raiders, we are on the delay, so the delay's longer than normal, I think, because of that weird internet crash we had. But we will not talk about that. Right, let's just set up what I need to set up here, and then we'll look at the bands. Right, welcome in, Raiders. We are just getting ready to the semi-final here. The first semi-final of today's event. And if I can remember what I'm trying to click on, then we can make progress. Oh yes, here we go. Bands. Clear the bands. Something's weird with the bands. They're not clearing for some reason. Did I break something? Have a look. Okay. Maybe fix them, I don't know. Something weird. Something weird's going on! Right, player 1 is Ficus. So Ficus has banned Volko. Probably looked at that last game and thought, I am not interested in dealing with that. Banned Volko. Some very heavy bans. Herald, Armoon, Denver, and High Marshal Rystar. Right. Those are the bans from Ficus, and Set has banned... Okay, that's weird. Banned Tronvir, Zeppelin Bomber, also Denver, and also High Marshal Rystar. Obviously not wanting to play against Rystar. What did he do? Right, so let's just double check that Ficus have got bans. Volko, Herald, Denver, High Marshal, Rystar, Tronvir, Zeppelin Bomber, Marshal Rystar, Denver. Okay, so that looks like that's correct. We are ready! We've got the bans. Need the players to get ready for the game. Okay, these guys did play earlier. I can definitely remember who won that game. Not frantically checking it here. Okay, so Ficus beat Set 2-1 earlier today. Remember, okay, so that was where Set was playing the Dragon's Nest that didn't really work out too well. Let's see what he decides to do this time.
Let the fun begin.
Right, Ficus playing Diona. Diona's very strong in the meta at the moment. We haven't seen her at all today yet. Using the default Diona ult perk, or Diona default perk 2, but no werewolf. And Set also playing Diona, and both players using the rarest skin in the game, the Diona Dynasty, only available to tournament winners. Very few players have it. Right, Set is playing Korgoth. He's used the seal. He's got a really weird hand. 2 Magma Storms. He's going to probably be very unlikely to use either of those. He'll just want to invoke them to something else with the next seal. We're going to get an XP lead for Ficus here, using his traps to pull everything away from the bridges. Set having a very awkward hand right now. But he's going to be able to use the second seal here, so everything in his hand is going to get invoked. And he has a lot of flightless dragons. Remember, the invoke mechanic replaces a Voidborn card with something that's 1 more value mana-wise. But it retains the original cost. Okay, that assassin actually getting a lot more value than it looked like it was going to. Big XP lead for Ficus. But we will have the big guy himself, Korgoth, soon. Korgoth will also invoke on kill, so he'll probably be trying to invoke those. Oh no, he's going to go use the dragons. But a massive XP lead for Ficus to start with here. Doesn't want to take all that face damage there, but it's pretty expensive. But he still has the bridges. Okay, Set's going to have to wait now for this Korgoth. Doesn't want to wait too long, though, so he's going to get the Flightless Dragons out. Feels like he can get some value from those. But the XP is hugely problematic at the moment. Hasn't done much face damage. Ruffle gets a heal as well. Okay, here comes Korgoth. Let's have a look. Every time he gets a kill during his attack, he'll invoke something. Therefore, we have a 4 mana Brothers of the Void there. Now it's a 4 mana Magma Storm. There's a Slitherbound having an absolute time down there. Well, this is going to be a massive lash. Remember, Korgoth can invoke himself if you get another Korgoth in the hand. And then that can get invoked into a Mardred, which is kind of an awkward mechanic. But the next Korgoth is ready. What? That's a misplay! That's a Magma Storm! One assumes that that was an invoke misplay, where you go to play something and then that card gets invoked and it becomes something else. Or Set's given up, I don't know. But I'd be surprised if he gave up, but he's so far behind on XP, it's just insanity. There you see, Korgoth got invoked into a Mardred. Sometimes it's exactly what you want, sometimes it's not. Did anyone see that Magma Storm? Was it an invoke situation? Definitely seen that before a lot. Definitely done that myself a lot. But the XP here is just huge for Ficus. He's still got so much HP that he really doesn't even have to worry about it. Okay, traps everywhere. This is Ficus's do or die moment. And it looks like it's going to probably die. Set gets a heal. No, Ficus is... I think I got a little bit confused there. There was a Set do or die moment. Now, Ficus is about to get Frenzy and... can't imagine that Set can hold on. We have seen some matches in the past, though, where the Korgoth deck can hold on insanely well. But these traps are just killing Set. Being able to spin this Korgoth around is just massive. And that, the value that he's getting from the lash as well. I think Set may have misplayed that second Succubus. Because it got murdered in exactly the same way as the first one. Set holding on, but surely he can't hold on for too much longer. He's desperately trying to get this Korgoth out. It's out now. But it's not going to kill enough. That Snake Druid, I think, getting the killing blow there.
No one will stand in my way.
Okay. Just found himself too far behind. Did he get unlucky with those invokes? Getting that double Magma Storm wasn't ideal. Double Whelps as well. Flying Dragon, Dragon Pack. It definitely didn't work out well for him, though. Okay, so 1-0 to Ficus. Haven't seen too many Korgoth decks around on the leaderboard, I don't think. Ficus did a great job with the totems. With the Taunt Totem, Taunt Trap, whatever you want to call them. The Diona perks. Just the combination of the Taunt Trap plus the Lash got a couple of massive hits. I do think that the second time the Lash got the Succubus, that was a misplay from Set. Because it was the exact same setup as the previous rotation of those cards. They just got punished. We spoke before about paying attention to counters, and Set didn't quite do that, I don't think. Right, 1-1. No, 1-0. Or did I just look in my crystal ball? Is that what's going to happen next? Nobody knows. Or do I know? No, I don't. I messed up. I'm trying to cover it with nonsense. How am I doing? I don't know if that Magma Storm was a a mistake or a BM or a give up. I assume it. If we check the replay or if you watch it back, you'll be able to see. Because what often happens is you go to play a card, and then that card that you're going to play gets invoked to something else as you're playing it, and then it's no longer what you thought it was, and it's a Magma Storm, and you're Magma Storming your face. Been there, done that. Got the t-shirt. Got the t-shirt. Yeah, I think actually the t-shirt's in the wash for that one. Right. We are awaiting game 2 of this semi-final. Ficus took the first one. Just showing the power of Diona and her traps. So we are into the best of 5 conquest rules. So now that we've had a victory for Ficus with Diona, that means he cannot play Diona again. Set played Diona but lost with Diona, so Diona can be played again by Set. Those are the conquest rules, and that is how that affects things here. We do have a giveaway running if you want to get in. There is a command somewhere. Maybe find it. Do that later. A little bit of downtime here between this match. But don't worry, I have plenty of nonsense to fill the space with. Reminder, if you want to get involved in the balancing of the game, join the Discord and get involved. Have a look at other people's suggestions, give them support if appropriate, and make your own suggestions. If stuff that's too strong, stuff that's too weak, have your suggestions. I don't know if there's any suggestions. There's been some suggestions for this season. Some of them have been stupid. Someone got very upset that their suggestions didn't get support and then started making stupid suggestions. But, you know, what can we do? Imagine acting like a grown-up. Okay, here we go. Game 2 of this semi-final.
Let the match begin.
Ficus. Morelia. Normal perk Morelia. Set's playing Valorian. Oh, we just saw Valorian's perk change there. The Set, so he's obviously deciding what he wants to play, or he hasn't already said it. So, Fervor instead of the healing. Fervent Warrior, that's generally the best one. Not as strong as it used to be, of course. It has been nerfed quite a lot.
The first perk.
All
Red has obtained the first perk.
It looks like control decks from both players. As always, Morelia's going to get that dragon at perk 3, which in solo games can really change the outcome of the match. Not necessarily getting to face and doing a lot of damage, but just getting huge amounts of XP by just taking ages to die. Perk 1 Searing Light from Valorian did get a nerf a little while ago. Doesn't do as much damage. Still pretty powerful though. Good at removing little medium things, I guess. Ficus getting a good XP lead here at the moment. Taluk spawning with those slither bounds attached to him. The slither bind mechanic. And remember, Taluk does extra damage against things that are stunned or poisoned. Didn't really do anything in that setup, but can be huge.
Red got the second perk.
Yeah, I don't feel like Set's going to be particularly happy with how this is going so far. Struggling to get bridges. There's the Fervent Warrior at the top. So it does have the Armor of Light, but it doesn't spawn with it active. So it takes 12 seconds or whatever, there it is, to drop that Holy Fire. So, 20 XP behind now at the 100 XP mark for Ficus. Is set. Now, the question is, how is Set going to deal with this dragon? He doesn't have a huge amount of DPS to just absolutely nail through it. There's no curse. Nothing really raged. The Taluk could do some good damage if he can get some poison on it, but the problem is he might be able to deal with it, but can he deal with it quickly enough? He's already behind on XP. Right, Dragon is available for Ficus. He got to perk 3. More than 20 XP ahead now. Okay, here comes the Dragon. Comes with the Breath. There's no Ascension, so no buffed Breath, no extra Skellies to grab the bridge, do more damage. And again, we saw Disu play the Dragon earlier, how he spawned it defensively and then built that push and won the game. Ficus doing similar here. But I still feel like this Dragon is going to be problematic for Set. Like, what DPS does he have to deal with it? He's got to deal with the Dragon. He doesn't have a huge amount of HP. Now, that could be huge, but he's got to kill that Snake Druid, I assume, as Ficus. Or he can just allow it to loiter up there. Yeah, I think it's what he's going to do. There you see. Okay, the Dragon did die pretty quickly with the poison on it. So that Dragon, one of the one-time only perks, so that no more perk 3 for Ficus. Now the question is, can Set come back here? Now his perk 3 from Set, I think, just makes the Searing Light more powerful, but he's going to die here. Ficus is dead to the Snake Druid. Wow. And the XP lead ends up counting for nothing. Right, 1-1. The power of the Snake Druid. And yeah, the Dragon didn't do too much. Didn't really get too much XP. He was ahead on XP, but of course once the good players will deal with the Dragon, they'll take the bridge behind it. And then they'll not take too much face damage, and Set did a good job with that. And then just pushing back after that was too much. Right, 1-1. Right, hopefully we don't have to wait too long between this match and the next one. The last wait was a little bit egregious. I'm not sure if Ficus threw that or if it was just how that match played out. He did look like he had a good XP lead. The dragon came out. Was that one of those matches where using the dragon actually didn't help him too much? Would have been better off not necessarily playing the dragon until maybe later in the game. Right, 1-1, best of 5, first of 3. In this semi-final, Set brings it back to 1 game all against Ficus.
It's Minion Master time! It's on!
Could be a similar match. Different masters though. Ficus forced to switch. No, sorry, Set forced to switch since he won with Valorian. Playing Tronvir. Normal Tronvir perk. Similar looking decks though for sure. Alt perk Apep for Ficus. The Book of the Black Papyrus, I think it's called.
Blue unlocks their first perk.
Gonna be copying some cards from Set. Musketeer just survives. That's annoying for Set. Has to answer it. Not too much going on. Lots of control cards. We see the first rune coming out from Tronvir. It's the Frost rune. Does have Taunt on it. And of course it has that Frost shield as well. That freezes everything when it dies, I think. Even friendly stuff. Which is a weird mechanic that we don't see on anything else. Grenadier doing a good job. Good split there of the stun lancers. One off to get the bridge, the other one to help defend. Nice chain there. Keeping the pressure on. Going to clear the bottom. Force out the... Okay, so that Musketeer comes from the Book of the Black Papyrus. Copied it from Set. Spawns damaged, but it's cheap. Slowed and poisoned. Because getting a small XP lead, nothing really to write home about. Again, those stun lancers from the book. So the book gives you 4 options based on your opponent's deck. You get a normal cost one that has Spirit. You get a a cheap one that's normal. You get one that is cheaper that has marked and taunt, I think. And then you have one that's even cheaper but has poison and slow. You've got to make the quick choice of what you want, not only based on what it is, but how it is buffed or debuffed. Hey, Tangy.
Oh,
Good
wow.
evening.
I almost feel bad for the cleaning crew. Almost.
Now, Tronvir has one of those perks at perk 3, which is partly one-time only thing, where it gives you that big word stone with all the runic empowerments on it. But it also does speed up your cooldown of the rest of your runes. So it's not only a perk, one-time only thing. Right, Set taking a lot of damage. Perk 3 now for Ficus. Does his next... So he has his normal perk 3, which is going to be... Karana, what's up? No, Karana's not the perk 3. Thanks for the sub. It's going to be the free form on a card. Set taking damage here, though. Doesn't have much health left. Let's see how the perk 3s affect this. Ficus does have a lot of health left, so that's going to help him. He can tank on his face like this and then try to deal with the bridges. Not much face damage potential for Ficus. Does have the lash, but that doesn't do much. Like 40 damage, I think, overall. No knockback anymore. Oh, Set's in trouble here. He needs to shut this down on his face. Right, 106 HP, very low. Ficus has the HP lead, has the XP lead. In a strong position. Set really trying to push his agenda at the bottom there. Worked out. He's coming back on XP, but he's so low on HP. I feel like that's going to really like bite him in the bum at some point. Because he can't afford to tank anything on face. Okay, Ficus swinging back now towards him. Right, there's the lash. It's going to hit face as well. 20 damage per hit. Not very much, but when you only have 16 health... Okay, Set's dead to the next lash. Ficus is nowhere near death. Set fighting valiantly, but something's going to kill him. Is it going to be the lash? Is it going to be something else before that happens? Mana Frenzy now for Ficus. He'll be able to close this out with the next lash or just push through it. There's the lash. You can control what the lash hits as the defending player if you place something to grab its aggro, but when it's right on face like that, there's not really much you can do. Talk about pixels. Right, 2-1 to Ficus. Best of 5, so this match continues. Either Ficus is going to close it out 3-1 in the next game, or Set is going to start fighting back. Ficus did seem to be in control that whole time, leading on XP. On HP, Set was coming back a little bit, but once you get so low on HP and you can't afford anything to hit your face, then you start having to be way less efficient on your bridge handling. Something's got to give at that point, right? Ficus had a lot of health, so he was able to take face damage and deal with the bridges instead. That got him to Mana Frenzy first. And the lash only does 20 a hit to face, but when you have 16, if you do the maths, 16 health is less than 20 damage. Therefore, the lash can kill you. I can check my working, but I'm pretty sure that is correct. Right, here we go. Game 4. Is Ficus going to be into the grand final? Or is Set going to fight back? Right, what do we have? Tronvir for Ficus. Looks like alt perk Tronvir, right? Yeah. So you get the runes based on your mana spending, rather than just in their normal order. We got King Puff for Set. Looks like a very similar deck, just changing the master, which you can do. That's fine. The conquest rules, if appropriate, they only affect the master. You can play the same deck, just change the master. That's fine if you wish to. Oh, he wanted to get that Grenadier with that chain at the top there to hold the bridge. I feel like he should have hit the Grenadier first, so then if it did miss the second target, he still had the bridge. Maybe a small mistake there. Not too much. Does a good job there, Set, keeping the Talak alive. That could be useful. Goes for the bridge grab. That's so frustrating when it just gets off the bridge. If you're not familiar with current gen Minion Masters, the bridge changes, which came in, I don't know, what, like a year ago or something? There's a timer on the bridge. It takes, I don't know, what, 2 seconds or something to cap a bridge now. It's not instant. You can instantly neutralize it, but it takes a second. Is it a second, 2 seconds? I don't know. But it takes a small period of time before the bridge. It's got to be a second, right? So you see, especially if you use King Puff, you know it's difficult to do the bridge switch, grab both bridges now, especially if it's a relatively fast unit. There's a little bit of a mistake there from Set. He wanted to take that top bridge. But it didn't quite work out. XP still basically level. HP still basically level. I think perk 3 King Puff is going to be powerful. Those Night Puffs. See how it works out. Right. Ficus does a good job with the rune at the bottom there. Dealing with the pesky Musketeer. So there's not really much to choose between them. Impetus doesn't do what he needs it to do. We're really waiting to see how the perk 3s affect this match. Which is going to have the bigger impact? Is it going to be that Word Stone and the reduced cooldown? Or is it going to be the Night Puffs? Well, that Snake Druid at the top being really frustrating for Set. Musketeer looking at the bridge. But as we know, looking at a bridge is not capping a bridge. Right, perk 3 is available now for Ficus. His next rune will be the big rune.
Red gains the third perk.
Right, perk 3 now for Set. Let's have a look. He's going to put stuff on the bridge. He's going to switch the bridge. He waits a little bit there just to make sure the Whirly Scrat gets away from it. Right, Wordstone used at the top. Empowerment at the bottom. Runic Empowerment, I think it's called, on the minion. But remember, that Wordstone is only a one-time only thing. The Wordstone is the runestone that has all 3 carvings. The Frost Shield, the Taunt. It has the damage, and it has the not the Musketeers, the Ancestors with it. Right. Again, I mean, Set has enough HP to not freak out. It's close enough. Ideally what Set wants to do is get stuff on the bridge and then switch it so he can then get the benefit of the stun as well. Super, super close. If you're behind at this point, you can't afford to be too passive. Still, okay, bridge switch is available. This could be a big one. He doesn't go for it. It's late. Only gets 2 night puffs from it. That seemed a little lazy. Unnecessary. Night puffs, of course, the extra ranged unit with a shield. They can be huge. XP leveling up now. I'm not sure what happened with that flyby, but whatever it was targeted on was no longer alive. Right, bridge switch available. Set ahead on XP for the first time we've seen. Set's about to get Mana Frenzy first. There we go. Set just needs to push now. Ficus is going to get his Mana Frenzy. But if Set can load up the bridges, get one good bridge switch, it's going to be over. Bridge switch is coming. Switch! Switch! Set is being really lazy on those bridge switches, it seems. Right, there we go. 2-2. Did suggest the King Puff Perk 3 was going to be the one that came out on top, and indeed it was. If there's one thing I know, it's King Puff. Right, 2-2. We go to a deciding 5th game between Ficus and Set. Very similar decks each time, not changing much apart from the Masters. But of course, with the Conquest rules, the number of Masters available to them are diminishing each time. Set no longer has King Puff as an available master in this match. But both players have won with 2 masters, so that's 2 masters that are scratched off for them, plus the master ban that we had at the start. So that's 3 masters not playable for each player. But they do seem to be playing decks that are kind of master irrelevant. There might be some masters that are better than others, but generally it doesn't seem to be a deck that's tied towards a specific master. But let's see, one of them could throw caution to the wind, change everything completely here. But I think Ficus was ahead for most of that game XP wise, but once we got to perk 3, it seemed like Set was coming back and just got some Mana Frenzy. Maybe just 1 mana tick, 1 XP tick ahead, something like that, a couple of XP. But once you do that, and you have the bridges at that point, suddenly you have more mana than your opponent, at least briefly, and then you can just start loading the bridges up. And of course, good loaded bridges, good bridge switch. And then King Puff is just doing what King Puff does best. Oof, 1%. Rough. So this is the first semi-final set against Ficus. Once this is over, we'll have the second semi-final, which, if memory serves, it's Dark Crow and it's Destroy. Right, thanks again for the subs, guys. Thanks for being here, of course. Always appreciate you joining streams and being part of this event. Right, here we go. We're loading into the final game of this best of 5, the decider. Who's going to be in the grand final? Is it going to be Set? Is it going to be Ficus? We're going to find out. Right about... Well, we're not going to find out now, but we're going to start to find out.
Let's duel.
By the end of this match, we will know. Right, King Puff for Ficus. Set, APAP. Similar looking decks, for sure. I don't think there was a Bannerman in there before for Ficus, but there is now. It looks like we're going to have another technical control matchup. We saw how powerful King Puff Perk 3 was in the last game. For Set, it could be in this game for Ficus. I feel like the ult perk for King Puff needs some work because it's basically unplayed. It's the one where you copy your opponent's buffs. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Jabberoni. We appreciate you being here. If this is your first time watching these events, the bad news is you've missed 40 of them. The good news is, I'm pretty sure all 40 of them are on my YouTube channel. That's your next 6 months sorted. Right, Set's going to get perk 2 first. He's using the standard APEP perk, which means he's going to have that totem instead of copying. I don't know about that. I feel like the Book of the Papyrus is quite useful in this matchup. He knows that he's going to copy something from his opponent, and he knows it's going to be cheap, right? You're not playing against a ritual deck or something where you're just going to have this heavy card that you probably don't want to get each time, slowing your cycle down. He would have copied something cheap, an extra bridge grab. So I don't know if that's the best choice here or not. But the totem's going to help. It's basically giving him a free wall. It's working out for Set so far. Got a decent XP lead going into coming up to 100 XP. Both players' perk 3 is going to be impactful. The Night Puffs for sure. The Freeform on a card for sure. Whirly Scrat getting the spirit there from the King Puff buff. The Royal Gift, King Gift, something like that. And again there, the nice split from Ficus. One grabs the bridge, the stun lancers, one goes back to help defend. Am I like having an aneurysm or something, or does everything feel slow? Is it the stream that's slow?
Red gains the third perk.
I don't know. That just felt weird.
Blue has earned perk number 3.
Right, perk 3 now for both teams. I got distracted because something felt slow. I don't know, we had that weird slowdown earlier. Not sure what's happening. Well, we need a good bridge switch here from Ficus. Gonna load this bridge up with two things. Right, next bridge switch coming. Didn't get too much value out of that. The stun was nice, but only got 1 or 2 night puffs. But Ficus is now ahead on XP. The perk 3 doing its thing. The free 4 mana cards, of course, is nice for Seb, but you're not always getting exactly what you want. Oh, that's a bit of a whiff of a chain lightning there. Did okay, but, well, not really. Which... bit too fast to grab that top bridge, unfortunately. Set has the XP lead now, but he's dropping low on HP. Needs to be careful. This is where the shield's going to be really helpful. He doesn't want that warrior on face. Would have liked that snake druid to pick that warrior up before it was hit face, but I don't think it was going to. Small XP lead. Like we saw in the last game, Set looks like he's about to get to Mana Frenzy just ahead. But a good bridge switch here can change everything. It didn't change everything. Perk 3, Perk 4 for Set now, Mana Frenzy. He just needs to load these bridges up and just keep them red for as long as he can. It's going to be very difficult now for Ficus to get on the bridges and get a good switch. He does have Mana Frenzy, but like, how does he get on the bridge? Here comes a switch, gets a couple of night puffs, but they just die. They're not doing enough. Okay, Set's going to be in the grand final. We hadn't seen him for a while. But he is back on almost top. Right. Set wins the Battle of the Friends. He is into the grand final. Ficus drops out now. Well played to Ficus, though. Right, 3-2 to Set. So that's the first first semi-final decided. First grand final finalist. Contender. Right, so semi-final 1 is done. Set is in the grand final, but who will he play? It's going to be Destroy or Dark Crow. There was some weird slowdown, right? Come on. Okay. This is what we're going to do. We're going to get set up for semi-final 2, which is going to be another best of 5, Conquest rules, KO. Destroy against Dark Crow. Oops. Right, we should have the bands available. Let's get those. Right, so the bands are in. Dark Crow and Destroy. Destroy has banned Morelia. Berry Flingers. Find those. Come on. Bounce-free Flingers. Thank you. Bounce-free Flingers. Hypnotize. And Beam. So those are things that punishes big units and clumps of things. Dark Rose banned Ratbow. Haven't seen a ban on that today. Bounce-free Flingers. Whirly Scrat. And Denver! Right, let's check this out. Make sure we're on top of this. Right, Morelia. Destroy has banned Morelia. Bounce-free Flingers. Hypnotize. Beam of Doom. Ratbow has banned Bounce-free Flingers. Whirly Scrat. And Denver. Okay. Set up our spectates. Okay. I don't like that the friends list doesn't show you who's online in the game. They show you you're online on Steam, but not who's online on the game. Okay. Right, Dark Crow against Destroy. It is second semi-final, best of 5, Conquest rules. Almost ready to start. Interesting bans from Destroy, Hypnotize and Beam. So Destroy's going to play some big clump of something. Or it's a bluff. I imagine not, though. Right, did I say ready? Yeah, okay. Right, we're loading into the first game of this semi-final. Destroy against Dark Crow. Who will join Set in the grand final? We're about to find out over the next potentially 5 games.
Let's go!
Right, APEP. Demon Warrior APEP for Destroy Volko. Denver Volko. We have the ult perk as well. How is Destroy going to deal with that Denver? Demon Warrior's probably not going to do too well against it. So the current Demon Warrior gets big after 4, or on the 4th play. And by big, it gets twice as big. Old Demon Warrior got 3 times as big after 6 plays, so not quite as big.
Blue obtained the first perk.
But quicker.
Red has obtained the first perk.
So, you wonder why Lone Scout's so popular. Remember, if you play her, not Lone Scout, sorry, Lone... Oh, it is Lone Scout. Corrected myself, and I didn't need it. You get her for 1 mana if there's nothing else on the board for you. Right. The air is going to be good to deal with Denver. He doesn't have a Daggerfall or anything to clear it. So that could be Destroy's saving grace in that setup. I don't even know how much the Unholy Ground's going to help. If everything clumps together, maybe. Because Denver does like a sort of an AoE throw. So he will throw more than one thing at once. If they're very close to each other. But let's see, Destroy's got a healthy XP lead to start with here. Going to take some more phase damage. Could have avoided that. Does have the shield, but he wanted to... I think he wanted to use the shield more as a wall to help him against that. It didn't really work out, I think, as he intended. But he's going to end up with the bridge. Didn't take too much face damage, but he's down to just over 1,000 HP. And that's going to get scary in the late game. There's no way that Darkrow can keep up with the XP here. But here you see the Demon Warrior is just going to get tossed around. Not doing too much. Does have the shield available to destroy, but it's going to get destroyed. How does he kill this Denver quickly enough? I don't think he does. Look how much damage that's doing. That's only rage. That's not even Berserker rage. There we see how powerful Denver is. Clearly, I think, in the meta, too powerful. Definitely needs a nerf. But we'll see if that happens. Right, Denver takes that one for Darkrow. You need very specific ways of dealing with Denver, or high DPS to deal with it when it gets to your face. And we didn't really see either of that, unfortunately, for Destroy. Oh, I think we did see a ban for Denver, right? Yeah, so Darkrow banned Denver, so he doesn't have to worry about that happening. Destroy, though, is going to have to keep Denver on his mind for the rest of this. Yeah, that Demon Warrior just got thrown around like a rag doll by Denver. You really do need some good DPS to shred through it. Otherwise, it just gets so much value. Or just gets to your face and kills you. Yeah, the Demon Warrior in its current incarnation can definitely not carry a deck like it used to. Previously, once you got that perk 3, the match changed on its head. Not perk 3, the activated Demon Warrior, the 3 times as big, but now the double bigness, nowhere near as impactful. Which means you don't have to build your deck quite so cheaply. You don't have to just rush to that 6th activation slot. But she just becomes more of a card in a deck rather than the card. Right, here we go. We're loading into the second game of this semi-final. Darkcrow a game up. Let's see, is he going to play Denver again? Is Destroy going to have a better way of handling the Denver?
Duel.
Right, we have Diona. No, we don't. I don't even know what I was looking at then. Right, so Morelia for Destroy. King Puff for Darkcrow. Old perk. Milloween, of course. Did I say Morelia? Did I get it wrong again? It's Milloween. My brain's thinking of one thing, my mouth's just talking nonsense.
Red has obtained the first perk.
Sometimes I know what I'm talking about.
Unlocks their first perk.
This is not one of those occasions. But we'll see how the Demon Warrior fares for Darkcrow this time. Remember, if you look closely at the Demon Warrior, you can see the number above it. That's the number of times she's been used. 4 and above is what you want. I don't know if it continues after 4, but if it's 4, that's good. If it's below 4, not so good. Right, Berserker. Can be pretty tricky to deal with. Once you've got her fear away, then she becomes less of a problem. An extra hit from the rammer there would have been nice. Didn't happen.
Red got the second perk.
Right, Demon Warrior. Third time. Small XP lead for King Puff Darkcrow at the moment. ATG drone just evaporates to the Arcane Barrage. Arcane Barrage is basically the Demon Warrior of spells. Every time you use the Arcane Barrage, it gets bigger next time. Right, here we see Demon Warrior, the big one. Oh, here comes a Daggerfall. Oof. That's painful. Pulls the Assassin out of stealth as well, so the Assassin doesn't even get any value. These bridges are red, and they're going to be red for a while. It's not looking good for Destroy at the moment. Berserker's going to get slowed here. Doesn't activate her though. Bridge switch. A little bit of an awkward bridge switch timing because it was just before perk 3. But I think it's okay in this setup. He's not desperate for it. Needs to be careful with the knockback there, because that's going to put the Demon Warrior on face now. Okay, no. Looked like it, but it would still maintain its aggro somehow. The ATG drone just melting every time to the barrage. Darkrow's going to take the second game here. Destroy pulling stuff off his face in desperation, but he's got 99 HP left. 2 dagger falls. Barrage can hit face as well. Why are we not dagger falling face? What's happening here? Am I missing something? Is he just toying with his food? What's going on? Is he... Okay, did he not notice it for that whole time? That's a little concerning. Right, so that's the second game to Darkrow. 2-0. Destroy needs to start the fight back right now. The Arcane Barrage just deleting the ATG drone was huge for Darkrow. Okay, this is best of 5, so 2-0 is not over for Destroy, but Darkrow is 1 game away from joining Set in the grand final. Okay. We do have conquest rules, so once you're winning with the Master, you can no longer play the Master in the matchup. So, King Puff, no more for Darkrow here against Destroy. We'll have to switch to something else. I'm sure he'll have a wealth of decks. Scaling mechanics are interesting, but it's difficult to get the balance of the scale correctly. How weak is it to start with to offset how strong it is to end with? Does it scale infinitely? Because I don't know if you remember, and I think it was even before my time with Minions, but Demon Warrior used to get bigger with every play. I don't know if it stopped on the 10th play or if it just went on forever, but that was definitely a thing. Right. So, this is the thing that I've been hearing a little bit about. Tromvir's ult perk has gone under the radar for a good while, but it seems that it might be quite strong. And it looks like Darkrow is playing the ult perk. And the plan is spend mana on spells, get Ancestor Rune. You can see it's in a curse deck, which is going to have a lot of spells.
Red has obtained their first perk.
Uncle, can you stop talking about your burgers? I'm so hungry. Right, XP lead here for Destroy, sorry. ATG drone's not going to get so hard countered as it was in the previous match with the Arcane Barrage. Demon Warrior, this is not a massive Not a great matchup for the Demon Warrior. Everything else is doing well, though. Destroy, doing massive phase damage to Darkrai here. Darkrai needs to do something. He might just be dead here. Ooh, okay. He's not dead, but he doesn't have any healing. And he's a long way behind. Here comes the ATG drone again. He doesn't have a great anti-air, though. Those ancestors, oof, okay. It looks like 6 hits from those ancestors were required. Add that to the old memory bank. So those ancestors are going to help, though. They're going to give him the anti-air that he was sorely struggling against, sorely missing. We're going to go with English.
Red got the second perk.
I'm surprised he's taking this on his face. What is he doing here? Okay, so he might just be playing with fire a little bit, but we haven't seen any spell from Destroy, so there's no face damage from Destroy. So Darkrai can get down to just 1 HP and know that that's not going to be something that he needs to be too concerned about. Right. Darkrai had a very rough start to this game, but it feels like he's getting back into it.
Blue gained the third perk.
The Wind Rune here is going to be helpful. One of the things that the runes really do well, and most people don't take advantage of, is the knockback that they give you. Remember, Darkrai is playing an Ascension deck, so some of the stuff's going to get stronger. Like this Toll of the Dead. ATG Drone's going to help here, but it's going to get pulled down with the Unholy Ground. And this feels like it might be... let's see. That ATG Drone must survive. It's not going to. And this is going to be the end, I think, here. Can he hold on? The Blood Imps, burning a hole in his hand, cannot afford to use them. 11 HP, and there we see Darkrai playing with fire a little bit, but I think he paid attention to what his opponent had. Did he count the cards? I don't know, but he knew. Well, he played as though he knew that his opponent didn't have any face damage available. Fast and loose he was playing with his HP there. And he came back right 3-0. It looked like a devastating start for Darkrai. He was very, very under the cosh, took all of that face damage, but it turned out to be fairly irrelevant. Right, so Darkrai's going to be in the final. Nightbot's in the giveaway. Are you going to join the giveaway? Okay, I will be right back. Okay, if you just joined us, Dark Crow is in the grand final against Set. And we will get set up for that. Starting right about meow. Meow boy! Okay, so grand finals best of 5. Same format as semi-finals. Okay, set against Dark Crow. Uncle, oh my god. Don't forget, if you missed any of the action, it'll be up on YouTube tomorrow. Go follow my YouTube, subscribe, whatever it is. Click the button that does the thing. Don't miss out. Turn notifications on so you don't miss anything. Right. Did these guys play each other yet today? Let's have a little sneaky look. Right. No, they avoided each other from the looks of it. Set played Ficus, Anno, Disu, Ficus, Dark Crow in the final here. So they have not played each other yet today. So we cannot glean anything from that information because that information does not exist. Right, so we just get set up. We just need to get the bans from the players. Take a little bit of time. We've seen how powerful Denver can be, so it'll be interesting to see if people decide to ban it, play it, tech against it. As Corey says, you have to use your HP early as Ascension since you're low value early. That is true. And he used it almost to the nth degree. Did you hear about the new Lego store in America? It was really busy. People were queuing for blocks. Queuing for blocks. Yeah. Good. Yeah. I know you'll like that one. Right, let's do an announcement in the Discord for the grand final. Make sure we do it in the right Discord so we don't get yelled at. Can't find it. There it is. Perfect. Right. So, grand final set against Dark Crow. These guys have played a lot in the past. Both previous winners of this event. Let's see who brings their A game today. Set up. Meow boy. Okay, so yeah, we're just waiting for the bans now. Specifically, we're waiting for Set's bans, apparently. I don't know, giving you a peek behind the curtain there. Maybe ousted Set a bit, I don't know. Let's see. Right, we have the bans. Let's input them into our system here. So, who's player one? Set. Set has banned King Puff. Set has banned Morgrel's Mark. Set has banned Herald Armoon. Set has banned Denver the Last King. And Dark Crow, in return, has banned also King Puff, Snake Druid, Whirly Scrat, and Denver. They just thought, you know what? I cannot be effed to deal with Denver. Let's just ban him. Why Sinobii 404 or 404ing? Human not found? I don't know. What? Very weird having a chat that's 241 seconds behind. It started at 180 seconds, but then we had an extra 61 seconds when the internet exploded. Okay, ready. Dark Crow, I'm ready. Dark Crow is there. Set is there. I'm ready. Let's get ready to Minion. Oh my god. Let me just edit that message because that was horrible. Spelled that heinously wrong. Because I know what you sound like, Corey. 4 blocks! Right, okay. Let's get serious. Grand final time. We're awaiting the players to start. Dark Crow, set. I'm ready. Oof. Okay, someone just restarted their game, I think. Set. I don't know what their head-to-head record is. They haven't played each other today. They've played each other a lot. They played each other in a lot of finals. That's for sure. Set's offline. Don't know if that's a restart or something bad. The winner does not get a glow-in-the-dark fish in the wall. They wish they did. Can you get glow-in-the-dark printer ink? Well, we were ready to go, but then Set went offline. Let's see if he comes back. Wait. 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 I just realised and confirmed Set is playing on his phone. Set has got to the grand final and he's playing on his phone. How do we feel about that? Remember, there's crossplay between all platforms. PC on with Steam, Xbox, and on your phone with Android. Okay, I'm back and ready. It's really good to see that Set is playing not only on his phone, but playing to a really good standard on his phone. That's impressive. Who keeps restarting? Yeah, I forgot the Set's played a few events on his phone through necessity. Ready, set, go. On your marks. Get set. Darkrow. I don't know about their head-to-head. I feel like Darkrow was originally way ahead, but I feel like Set recently came back. I did ask FDM if you wanted to join me today. He asked me to confirm what time it is, and then that was the end of our conversation. So I'm going to make the assumption that he's probably not coming. Okay, we're loading into the first game. Or are we? Something doesn't seem correct. What's happening here? We good? Is it working? Yes, we're working. Okay, good.
Let's fight!
Right! Rystar didn't get banned. We're going to see Set playing Rystar here. Darkrow is playing Ratbow. Volko for set. Right, one moment, please. Okay.
Red has obtained the first perk.
Now, with the Ardent Argis, you want ideally to get the value of the heal, not just the free units. Well, the units. Sorry, my Russian is Privyet, and that's it. Okay, so an XP lead at the start here for Dark Crow. Nothing too worrisome, though. Let's see if Rystar can get any sort of value.
Perk number 2.
Okay. Here comes the Daggerfall. It's going to be annoying if it doesn't kill the Snake Druid. And it didn't. Okay, he's going to get the heal here, though. And then he'll free himself from the clutches. Will he? Eventually. He is slowed.
Blue has obtained perk number 2.
Remember, Rystar does come with that Legion keyword, so you will be getting free Legionnaires spawning at your tower. Oh, before I forget, there's another tournament tomorrow. If you guys want to get involved, check the Minion Masters Discord for information. It's a 2v2 tournament, I think. Rizzler King is sorting it out. Android only, I'm afraid. Join the Master Race. He needs to be careful here, Sek, because Volko does not hit air, of course. Here comes the Daggerfall. Oh, I thought he was going to go for the Daggerfall to clear the anti-air.
Red gains the 3rd perk.
Normal perk 3 for Volko, so that is the Berserker Rage on the melees. Oh, FTM's here! Listen, I asked you, I'm not going to beg you. That Snake Druid needs to be dealt with at some point, because Volko's just going to sit there and die. Right, not quite Berserker Age yet, but it will be now next time the Ember is picked up. So, concerning XP lead, though, for Set. Set has the concern, the XP lead is for Dark Crow, just to clarify. These air units are really pesky for Set. Doesn't have a good way of dealing with them. I think he just dies to them now. He Argises to get the stuff out. They're just going to get Daggerfalled. And it's over. Right, Darkrai takes it. I don't know how to say Ardent Aegis. Oh, I always say Ardent Argis, but isn't it Aegis? Like, what? How do you say it? I'm doing my best. Right, Darkrai takes the first game in this grand final. Oh, did I not say it right? It's Aegis. I never knew it was Aegis. I've pronounced it wrong ever since it's ever been in the game then. Aegis refers to a shield or breastplate associated with Zeus and Athena in Greek mythology. I'd never heard that word in any other context apart from Minions. I'm getting shit, and you literally added a dragon to the game that's called Rimmergirl. Right. 1-0. Ardent Aegis. That's going to be really hard for me, because I pronounced that wrong for years. Aegis. Aegis. Now we know. I appreciate you correcting me like 3 years after it was added to the game. The air units were just really problematic there. Got a lot of value, especially on the face. Just Volco things, right? If you don't have the way to deal with the air, your master will not do it for you. So reminder, Set is playing on his Android phone, and we have Darkrai on PC. I wonder if Set has like a keyboard or controller or anything. Or if he's just fingering it. Right, here we go. Game 2. Darkrai took the first one.
Let's go.
We're lagging for some reason. Don't worry, it'll be okay, I'm sure. What XP bar color? You mean this thing here? Oh yeah. Is that a spectate thing? I never really paid attention.
Blue has unlocked their first perk.
Right, Valorian. Different Empyrean deck. Not an Empyrean deck though.
Red has obtained the
For
first
Set.
perk.
And looks like we're going to see the alt perk Tronvir with the spells and the Ancestor runes again. I didn't say it. I didn't know how to say it previously. Aegis. I didn't know it was Aegis. I do now because I googled it. It's Aegis. I know that because I Googled it. That joke sounded a lot funnier in my head. Right, small XP lead for Set. Let's get his Set playing the standard perk. We don't see that too often. Normally you see the Fervent Warrior. But this time, it is the Holy Light giving those heals.
Red got the second perk.
You need to pay more attention to Darkray's deck. It seems more like a spell deck than an Ascension deck. It's going to be different to what we saw before. Okay, Defenso doesn't quite get the aggro as he wanted. Darkrai taking a lot of face damage here. Set having a massive XP lead. It's not an Ascension deck for Darkrai, as I said, so there's not going to be that big power spike in late game to bring him back into this. Rimmergirl. Yeah, tomato. Rimmergirl. As I said. Okay, so as we spoke about before with the Trombir, the idea of the ult perk is to use the spells to generate the Ancestor runes and to profit, basically. So you get the Ancestor runes, you get the Ancestor spawning with your next minion. So you will need to have some minions in your deck. Right, perk 3 for Set here. Taking some face damage. That rune's nice to hold everything over on this side of the field. Now the perk 3 for Valorian gives you the double healing, which you miss out on if you go for the ult perk. So the perk 3 doesn't work well with the ult perk 2.
Red gains the third perk.
Right, perk 3 now for Darkrai and Trombir. He's going to get that Empowered Wordstone plus the reduced... Okay, so you get the reduced cooldown, but there's no cooldown because it's based on mana spend. So that part of the perk doesn't do anything with the ult perk? Set just needs to not die. He's got a big XP lead. He can just hold one bridge, really. And he'll probably get to Frenzy first. Oof. That Searing Light is so powerful at perk 3. Okay, so Set needs to be careful here. He doesn't need to spread too much. He's got a big XP lead. He can get Frenzy by just holding one bridge. He needs to be careful, because sometimes you try to hold both bridges and you just fail on both of them, where you could have held one and that would have been enough. You don't need to worry about Defense on phase too much. It doesn't do much damage. Right, Frenzy for Set. he's going to bring this back to 1 game all. $20 XP behind his Dark Raven. How can he possibly hold on? Spoiler, he can't. Right, we're going to go to 1 game all in this best of 5 grand final. Boom. Okay. 1-1. Ardent Aegis. It's just a weird word. It doesn't sound like a British word. Or a way a British person would pronounce something. Like a hard G, like egg. Aegis. Listen, I was doing my best, okay? Maybe you could have created me if you were here, but you chose to disappear. You chose to ghost me. Because I didn't beg you. FDM, please come and cast with me. Okay. Hopefully the game doesn't start, because I just had to restart my game, because it definitely didn't crash. It always crashes after, I don't know, however long we've been streaming for. The game does take so long to load now. Ardent Aegis. 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 Right, we're back. 1-1 in this grand final. PC against mobile. Which is going to come out on top? Gonna find out. 1-1 at the moment. If you're new here, welcome. Make sure you hit that follow button if you want to find another stream. And of course, if you haven't checked out Minion Masters, do so. It's free to play. It's on PC, Xbox, and Android. Go get some. Yeah, he's playing so well on the phone. I thought he might have like a keyboard and mouse plugged in, but he says he's just using his pinky digits. The phone win narrative. The PC Master Race is dead. Turns out Set is great with his fingers. Right, here we go. Game 3 in this best of 5. It's 1-1. Set against Dark Crow.
The fight is on.
Here we go. APEP against APEP. Okay, so both players opt in for the alternate perk 2. You can change it, remember, all the way up until it actually is active.
Blue has obtained their first perk.
Oh yeah, I think you're right. Didn't like Set didn't use hotkeys or something. He's like just playing hard mode. Aegis. I don't know what to believe anymore. This cannon's going to be punishing to play into.
Blue just got the second perk. Red obtained perk number 2.
But he should have. Yeah, I was going to say he should have rung the gong there. Took him a little bit. We have seen a few instances where he looked like he was a little bit slow, and now we kind of understand why. I mean, not like patchy slow, but like just a little bit slow to react. XP basically dead level. Yes, Kiroax. Getting old. Time is brutal. Just distinguished, I think. The longer it gets, the more grey it looks as well. Okay, that was a good gong there. It's not mold. I'm not a moldy person.
Blue has earned perk number 3.
Okay, both players getting perk 3 around the same time. It'd be so punishing to play into that turret, though. Okay. Set struggling to get a bridge for a while here. That top bridge definitely grabbable. A Kinlap getting some good value though. Nice bridge grab with that Musketeer. Neutralizes a bridge, gets some extra value. He's got a cannon of his own! That's from the perk 3. So he's only going to get one of those. He needs to get as much value out of it as he can. Nothing between these XP-wise. Okay. Needs to be careful. That warrior's going to do a lot of damage to his face. Set looking like he's been a bit slow at the moment here. It's been close, but this is where it's most important. Set seeming like not quite able to keep up with this. I almost tried to play a card myself then. He's very low HP as well, which makes it very problematic for him. Gonna have to chain it at the bottom here, I think. Okay. Dark Crow's gonna take this one. It was close all the way up until about 10, 20 XP to go to Frenzy, and Set just didn't seem to be able to keep up. Right. Dark Crow. 2-1 up. Best of 5, so 1 win away from becoming the champion once again. Yes. Set is in the grand final on his phone. Showing you can play up to a high level. Can you compete with the best of the best? Okay, nobody bet on Dark Crow. Don't maybe turn that off. The reason that's on and nothing else is on is that was the first sound effect we added. So that was like, not sound effect, but like triggered sound effect. So we did that differently to how we did all the other ones, and it never got changed to the new system, which is now muted. That is not. But I'm sure money will ruin it for everyone. Right. What are we waiting for? I don't know. We're waiting for game 3. %36%. That's underwhelming.
Red corner, are you ready? Blue corner,
Here we go.
you ready? Let's fight.
Right, Apep for Set, Diona for Dark Crow, Demon Warrior Diona. Kind of love that scream when you spawn her. Again, that magma cannon.
Red has obtained their first perk.
Right. I assume that Bazooka Scrat is from Apep perk 1, so it's not going to be something he's taken in to deal with that cannon. Leveling up, yup. Feel like I'm always max level. Oh, just got that bridge at the bottom with the Musketeer. Forces Dark Crow to commit some extra mana there. Bear Trap always seems to be where it needs to be.
Blue has obtained perk number 2.
Yes, the ult perk does set, so that's where that Curse Bearer came from. That's why it was poisoned within an inch of its life. Okay, XP lead for Set. Remember, Dark Crow's going to have the big Demon Warrior next time it's used. Doesn't quite get the Ruffles kill. Frustrating that he had to just waste that. Oh, some mana being burnt. Needs to be careful. And again, here we get. He commits into the bridge, but that cannon. I feel like he could chain this. Maybe he's going to kill the Ruffles as well. Probably make it worth it. I think I would have gone for that. Right, big Demon Warrior. Is that going to change things or not? Snake Druid spawns with a Spirit, so that's going to be a little bit more difficult to deal with. Somehow those guys at the bottom didn't die from that Daggerfall. Looked like he was trying to deny the bridge. Didn't work out. Ooh, the Musketeer takes down the trap, so that Snake Druid's going to live, and that could be a pain.
Blue gained the 3rd perk.
Right, perk 3 now. Set gets there first. Gonna have that free form on a card. He might be able to save this.
Red gains the
No, that's very difficult with the whirly scrat. I don't know if you could actually. Right. Does need to be careful though, because that Demon Warrior will put a hurting on his face. But he needs to be all over the bridges. This is so close. Oh, he's going to take a lot. He's going to ring the gong here. Perfect timing. Set does have an XP lead, but he's very low on HP. This is gonna be close. Oof, that's helpful. Needs to grab this bridge behind. Oh, he's going for face here. Darkrow feels like that's the win condition. No shield, of course, for Set. He needs to be really on top of stopping those traps, because he will eventually. There's another one. Just as he commits his mana, he's going to take more face damage here. These traps are going to really start whittling him down. So that was 2 damage traps. So there's going to be 2 taunt traps. He has enough HP. He should be able to win this. As long as he reacts quickly to those traps, he should kill Darkrow before those traps can kill him. Bazooka Scrat in there going absolutely ham. Got 3 or 4 shots off on face. Okay, we're going to go to a decider in this. Set's going to make this 2-2. Reminder, Set's playing on his phone, Darkrow on PC. But it's 2-2. It's too close to call this grand final right now. 2-2. We have a final on our hands. Whew. Put in the grand in final. I don't know if that makes sense. 2-2. Right, decider. Darkrow 2, set 2, best of 5, first to 3 means next game wins. Winner takes all. Right. No APEP now for Set. Having won with it, Conquest rules dictate that APEP cannot be played by him anymore. I'm hungry and sleepy, but also excited for the final. I can turn off the kick thing, but it's okay as long as people don't abuse it. Right. Make sure nobody restarts their game. Dark Crow's ready to go. Set is ready to go. This is going to be the decider. HP is a resource. That's correct. Make sure you join the giveaway. We'll do that at the end of the stream or after the stream. Not many people in this one, so if you join it, you got a good chance of winning. And a reminder that the video for this event will be on my YouTube channel probably tomorrow, so make sure you go follow that. That is Fish80 on YouTube and everywhere else. The one and only. Health is a resource for all of us, right? Hopefully Set's remembered to charge his phone. Little delay, players deciding what to play. Right, here we go. We're loading in. The final game of the grand final. 2-2.
Duel.
Game 5. Diona against Morelia. Demon Warrior again for Dark Crow. Looks like the same deck for Set. Normal perks all around. Dark Crow will have a dragon if we get to that point. Will it have an impact on the game?
Blue has obtained their first perk.
Give me a nice hit here. Gets the poison. Oh, that's a good trap as well. Lovely play from Set there. Dark Crow using the magma cannon, but very defensively this time, so that doesn't help the bridges too much at this stage. Okay, so Demon Warrior again, second time. So standard size, fourth time, big size. Oh my god, Karana! Chain doesn't kill everything or anything, but it does deny the bridges, do some damage. Is it worth it for 4 mana? Unsure. He wants to get Talak here at the bottom. Remember, Talak does that double damage against poison targets. Absolutely shreds. Right. Ruffles is going to get that mana. Ruffles! Ruffles did get the mana, I think. Got to be careful you're not topped off or you're going to lose that mana. Okay, that was perfect. Looked like we may have been a bit too slow, but that trap was... Killing the boomer with the trap was the correct play there. Right, Demon Warrior's big now. Top Stellar Dad. Okay, he does need to be careful though, because we know this Demon Warrior will do massive face damage. But he doesn't want to put too much emphasis on the defense, because he does need to keep those bridges ticking over. Okay, that chain helping out. Could have done with 1 or 2 more bounces. Okay, we have an XP lead at the moment for Set.
What a show!
Ruffles going for some XP in that yellow vial, though. That's going to be nice. Again, the trap. Is it going to... wasn't quick enough. He probably knew the play, he just couldn't do it quickly enough on his phone. So it's super close. It's going to be dragon time soon, and I think it's going to be very important how much of an impact that dragon has on the game. If he can do a lot of face damage, or get him a lot of XP, then that'll be big. Set has enough HP though to probably just leave this on his face at the minute. The Spirit though. So he'll handle this dragon, he'll kill it, but he needs to not hemorrhage XP while he's doing it. He's doing a pretty good job of it at the moment. Right, the dragon did get Dark Crow an XP lead. That chain is big. Taluk is absolutely murking that Demon Warrior. One more hit and it would have been a huge trade. Didn't quite come off. Nice. Gong. Still an XP lead though for Dark Crow, which is concerning if you're Set. Because we're getting to that point where an XP lead is massive. Okay, he's got a Gong here. It's 1 mana to kill that. Come on, Gong! I'm very surprised he didn't decide. It sounded like he did, but it was too late. I'm not even sure what happened there. I think this is gone for Set. He's too far behind now. It looks like Dark Crow's going to win, I assume. Dark Crow's going to get frenzy here. Dark Crow's going to be the champion. Set put up a valiant fight. Playing on his phone, remember. But I feel like when we get to late game and precision matters and reacting quickly, I feel like he can't quite keep up with Dark Crow. This is going to be it. 15 HP. It's going to be over. Dark Crow's going to be the champion. It's going to be over. About... No! There we have it. Dark Crow is the champion. Set doing a great job, but I feel like he just can't... We've seen that in a few of the games where he just can't quite keep up at the end there. Well, you've got to be quick, you've got to be precise. And it's just difficult to do on a phone, but wow, did he push Dark Crow to the end of his ability. Very well done. Right, I won't do the prediction yet because that'll spoil it on the stream. Learned that the hard way before. Okay, so Set has been bested by Dark Crow. Only just, though. 3-2 in the end. Right. What do we need to do? Right, so let's see if Dark Crow wants to do an interview. Set doing a great job playing on his phone, showing that you can play at a very high level with it. Just maybe not quite to the same level you can on PC. Okay. Okay, Dark Crow is going to come on and say hi, have a little chat, so that's good. Okay. Right. Hello, Dark Crow. Hopefully you can hear me, and hopefully I can hear you.
Loud and clear.
Nice. Hello, my friend. How are you? Congratulations.
Great. Actually, I'm a bit tired.
So I know you.
Just back
Yeah.
as I mentioned, I'm just back from vacation. I didn't expect to win.
Yeah. So it seemed like you weren't going to compete, and then you, at the last moment, you got there on time, and then you've come out on top. So very well played. One thing I wanted to ask you about is I kind of forgot that recently Set has been playing on his phone, and I think we have to give Set a lot of credit for playing so well on his phone. How do you think he's doing playing on his phone as opposed to playing on a computer?
I think it's unbelievable. I never expect someone to be that good with a phone.
Yep. And I thought that he might be playing with like a mouse and a keyboard plugged in or something, but no, he's just playing on a phone with his fingers. So he's doing super well. I do feel like looking at the matches, there are occasions where you can feel like he's not quite as quick as he would be on a computer, which is, I think you can understand it, especially in the late game where things get really quite intense. But he's not far away from his PC level on his phone, which is really impressive to see. So
Yes.
have you played Minions on a phone at all? Have you tried that out?
Never, because from where I'm from, it's not easy to
Okay.
log into the game.
I've played on it, and it's good, but I can not get anywhere near my normal level on a phone. So for Set, he's doing so well. And I don't know if he plays a lot. So I don't know if he practices a lot. I don't know if he just ladders much anymore. So that's even more impressive.
He told Ficus and me that he hasn't played for months, but well, we don't buy it.
Yeah, you can't tell. His rank is low, but he may be practicing in secret. Maybe on an alt account. Who knows? But he's definitely doing very well. And he pushed you right until the end in a lot of those matches. So it was super close. And as I said, I had totally forgot that he played on his phone. And that's something he's done for a while. And I guess he's just got into the habit of playing well on his phone. And he doesn't even take the easy option playing heavy decks or something. He plays these quick, cheap decks where you have to be really interactive with the game, and doing that on the phone is just really impressive.
But isn't that what he's really good at?
Yeah, those are his kind of decks for sure.
Yeah.
And we saw a lot of those decks, a lot of people playing those cheap decks, those slither decks, which is something we see a lot in a lot of the tournaments, really. A lot of the slither cards being really powerful. So not a surprise to see that. How are you enjoying the game at the moment? Are you playing as much as you used to? What's your experience like at the moment?
Well, to be honest, I play much less than before. Well, I think the lack of new content, well, it could be an issue in a long term. And another thing is that as BetaDwarf is developing a new game, and I'm in that too. I'm actually also the translator for it.
Okay, excellent.
So yeah, and after 7,000 hours of playing, you could say game it's not changing too much.
Yeah.
And a lot of big boys aren't around anymore, like Dragon, Cats.
Yeah, for
So
sure.
many names that I never mentioned. Well,
It is.
so
Yeah. I mean, it is good that the game's carrying on. It is good that the game's making enough money to keep it going. But you know, the lack of new content definitely hurts, especially for experienced players. Newer players, you know, it doesn't really make too much of a difference. But people, as you say, that have got thousands of hours in the game and they've seen everything and they've done everything, the lack of new content is a little disappointing. But I guess it's inevitable. But we do have to look on the bright side that the game is still continuing. It has got enough money banked up for another 9 months at least. So it's still going to go on for a while.
Yeah, I really wish they revisit the decision again.
Yeah, I do. And they did kind of drop a little hint that if their Vault Breakers is a success, then maybe they can then go back to look at Minions, because it is a great game, and it's just, I just feel like it's not what it could have been. It's just a shame to have such a good game that just not enough people get to see or get to play. But I mean, for a free game that's been around for 7 years or something now, maybe even longer, it's definitely been there for a long time. But I still have a lot of fun with it, so I know a lot of people do.
Nowhere else you can see a free game like this. And even for new players, I always recommend them to purchase, even though there is no new content. But look, there are so many cards for them to learn already.
Yeah, for sure. We got nearly 300 cards in the game, so that is good. New players will definitely have that experience of unlocking stuff and needing to learn stuff. But as you say, the experienced players, it's a shame to not see that. But who knows? Maybe we'll get some new stuff in the future. Maybe, if they could just add one new card every 3 months or something like that, just something a little bit, so there is some new things on the horizon. But who knows? We'll see. But I don't know if they expected the game to keep making money like it has. I don't know if they're surprised at that, but I'm definitely surprised that it's keeping making as much money as it is, that it has so far, and we'll see how long that continues for. And of course, if we can keep doing that, we can keep doing these tournaments, which are always a lot of fun.
Although I was kind of against it at first, I thought all the money should be for the server.
Yeah, I can understand that, but I think the budget is like, it's £100 a month out of the budget. So there's a tournament every, I think every 3 or 4 months. So it's okay, especially considering how much the game has made so far. So maybe that'll change in the future. Who knows? But it sure would be nice if we got more people in the events. But always good to see people like yourself, Disu, Set, Ficus, all the others, Destroy, and whoever else I've forgotten coming back time again. Always good to see some good matches. How are you?
And actually, in the in last play test of Vault Breaker, there were actually 35,000 players.
Yeah, I heard that. That's crazy, right?
Be able to take some of them into Minion Masters.
Yeah, so hopefully they can learn from Minion Masters what went right, what went wrong, and hopefully do a little bit of a better job with Vault Breakers.
Sorry, my point is that maybe we can also do some promotion of
for sure.
Minion Masters there.
Yeah, that would be good, because I mean, I think we have to be thankful for BetaDwarf, because a lot of companies would have just cut the game off and just said that's it. But they said, as long as it makes money, it will keep going. So they definitely did us a favor with that, and we'll just see how long that goes for, and what the future holds. Now, I wanted to ask you about the how do you feel about the balance in the game at the moment? Is there anything that you think's particularly too strong that needs addressing?
I think Denver is definitely too strong.
Yeah, we saw some
it's a 9-mana card.
Yeah,
it's a 9-mana card, but yes, but compared with it, the other 9-mana cards are like nothing. Nobody plays Colossus anymore. That one's definitely too strong, as you can see from many matches in this game. They even beat this always Denver.
Yep. We saw definitely some good Denver wins, and we saw a lot of Denver bans as well, and that always shows you that it's something that people are worried about. It's just a very difficult card to deal with. It did get that, I think, like 125 HP buff a little while ago, which I don't know if it necessarily needed, and I quite expect to see it getting a nerf in the next patch.
It's not like you can't play against it. I have decks that can counter it.
Yeah.
The point is you need to have the exact same card to counter the same thing. That's actually quite boring.
Yeah, you need a very specific way of dealing with it, and even then it's quite difficult to deal with. But yeah, we'll see. It's good that we still have these monthly balance changes, so that things. FDM says the game's been out for 8.5 years. That's crazy. I think a lot of people don't really realize that, especially newer players that are just finding the game. Like, is this a new game? No, it's been out for 8.5 years. It's crazy. But yeah, I was gonna say it's good that we have these monthly balance changes, so it does keep things a little fresh, and it does keep the things that are, hopefully the things that are too strong, they don't stay too strong for too long. So I mean, again, it's good that BetaDwarf have allowed the community to do this balancing, and it's not an easy job, and we encourage everyone to get involved in it. Join the Discord, have your say. But I think the game is pretty well balanced at the moment. There's nothing sort of
yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Although some masters are weaker, of course, but yeah, you can say that it's balanced.
Yeah, the thing that I find is a real shame is when they started adding these alt perks and they never really got to finish that. So we've got some masters that have 2 alt perks, some others that only have 1. And it was kind of a shame that process, because I think that did add a lot to the game, a lot, especially for experienced players. That changed a lot of things up. But yeah, it's sad that never got completed, because I think ideally they were hoping to have 3 alt perks for all of the masters, maybe an alt for each of their perks. But yeah, it's a shame that didn't finish. But I think it's still in an okay state now. But one thing I noticed is that I feel like a lot of players still don't even know they exist. Which is a shame.
Yeah, and actually, I recommend them to. I also recommend other players to contribute more if they can access Discord. They can also raise their suggestions. They can see how we balance different cards.
Yeah, that's right. If you look at the balance in the Discord, you can look at other people's suggestions, upvote it, downvote it, have a comment, or suggest your own things. If they get supported enough, and we can only do kind of simple balance changes because we don't really have devs anymore, apart from just one day a month. But there are enough things that can be changed. Oh, one thing I'll ask you: how do you feel about the changed red golem? Have you seen that? Have you used it? What do you think about it?
Well, I don't quite like it actually, because actually, Red Golem has always been in a very niche place.
Yep.
Yeah, it's arguable whether it's in the right spot, but it could be strong, and at the same time, it can also be very weak. It's not. It's actually far. It's not as well overpowered as Denver. It has its conditions. So I to be honest, I prefer the old one where you can buff it with lots of different stuff.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what was the driving factor behind the change. It definitely wasn't too strong. It's stronger now before you activate it, but it's not necessarily as strong afterwards, especially with the buffs you could give it. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. It might need some changes to the figures, but we'll see. But it's always interesting to see things changed. But yeah, as you say, it's definitely been a niche one. You don't see it too often. Sometimes it can be insane. Sometimes it can be terrible. But we'll see. We'll see what the stats show. It's good that the devs, I don't know if you've seen them, but the devs do give us the win rates of stuff regarding the balancing. So we do get sort of that data behind the scenes to see which cards from a statistical point of view are too strong or too weak. So it'd be interesting to see what that shows this season for things like Denver, things like the Red Golem. But yeah, it's definitely something that I wish the devs would give us that information more often in the past. It's good they give us it now, but we could have definitely used it more in the past. Right.
Exactly.
So anything you want to mention about today's event?
Well, just one more thing. Actually, as well, the player base is quite low now.
Yep.
So I know it's hard to control. Sometimes I got mad too, especially when I feel that the matchmaking is unfair, or when someone troll me. But still, I hope that people can be less toxic, whether it's duo or solo. because actually in the game with a low player base, it's basically like meeting with old friends every day
Yeah.
when you play.
But I mean, you
Play the
know,
game.
there's some people that are always going to be like that, unfortunately. But that's just how they are. But yeah, people can definitely be nicer. And griefing is, of course, still a problem in randoms. There's certain people that just do that way too much. And I know that the devs will keep banning the worst offenders each month. So, you know, just if you do run into that, just make sure you report the person.
Yeah, but that guess is im seeing still hurts a lot.
Yeah, I mean, randoms is very frustrating at the best of times, and just having people throwing the game for no reason is it just makes it sometimes a really miserable experience. But that's just the randoms experience. Unfortunately, we know what we sign up for.
Random team may lead to random gaming experience.
Yeah, and unfortunately, with the way that the matchmaking works with the elo, when you get a high elo, and especially now the player base is smaller, then you're even more likely to just get terrible teammates. And we've all experienced that, but unfortunately, that's not going to change anytime soon. But it is what it is. Just have to make the best of it. Right. Okay. Well, congratulations. Thanks so much for coming on and talking to me. Always a good time to hear from you and see how you're doing. And yeah, long live Minion Masters. And
Long live Minion Masters.
Yeah, and we'll look forward to seeing you in the next one. Very well played, Darkrai.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay,
Have
take
a good
care.
day.
You too. Goodbye, my friend.
Bye.
Right, and then we have Darkrai, the grand champion of Knight's Duel number 41. Not sure how many he's won now, but it's definitely many. Okay, so we yeah, I think that's pretty much everything. That's pretty much everything. I'll do the giveaway after the stream, so make sure you get in it. I'll put the I was gonna put the command in the chat, but it's gone from my clipboard for some reason. Can't find it. So find it if you can. Right. Yeah, that's it. Another good event. Thank you so much for joining me today, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed it. I definitely did. And a reminder that the video will be up on my YouTube tomorrow. So, if you... Yeah, I don't know, FDM, where that change came from. I didn't really pay attention to it when it was going through. Not sure particularly why, but I'm sure there was some logic behind it at some point. Yes, and don't forget, very well played to set. Using his phone, pushing the mighty Darkrai all the way in that grand final. Very, very impressive. So, we just need to find someone to raid now. Then we just need to do our awkward wave. Start it now. Oh yeah, don't forget, there's a 2v2 tournament tomorrow that Rizzler King is going to be running. So why not go and see what they're up to, and drop them a follow, and maybe drop in for the tournament stream tomorrow. Maybe join the tournament yourself. I'm sure they'll have a command or something in their chat to help you find out all about it. Right. I'm going to have to wait for longer than usual, actually, because of the delay. Let's not do that to some donkeys. Big shout out to Sinobii as well. Always the legend behind the scenes. Thanks so much for being here today, guys. Thanks for the sub love. Thanks for the raids. Ryan, thanks so much for the raid. I know it's kind of weird with the delay, but we'll do what we can. We had a raid from Talk Nerdy as well. Thanks so much for the raid. Anno as well. Much love. When they try their best, but it looks like they're griefing. Yeah. Also a randoms experience. It's part of it. Look at the stamina of my arm.